Session 7. Technically session 8, but episode 7.
7.
Yeah, 7 is a spooky number. Right now, everybody of you is sleeping.
Do we want to do a recap? Do we start right off? Is this one of those episodes where there isn't a recap? It's go straight to the action.
Does somebody want to make a recap?
Sounds like Ruben wants to.
Let's go.
Right.
Tell us about the misunderstandings of last session.
Ooh, yes. What from Ruben's perspective. Last session, where do we start off as? Look at the notes. I think we again, such as similar to today's episode, we woke up in our tavern and went to do a bunch of stuff. We first went and sold our loot we got from the goblins. After which we split up, got to exploring. Our gnome friend Coffin went and asked around about the mining operation where he was from and said they were back on action and rebuilding. Our dwarf friend Viglaf got some pretty interesting news information as he, after some hijinks at the city's temple, he in the end discovered that the temple's head male person, whatever the weird name was for that, the temple temple's
Prima,
yeah,
the father. Yeah.
the father was turns out to be someone similar to Viglaf, a newly ascended cleric of a Christmas tree god that we do not know of much, but at the end of the session, we are at night. We also all the party gathered and had went to meet this man. The rest of the party stayed outside his house, but Viglaf went and talked to him in his home.
Now,
We were already that this was going to be an ambush.
Wiggler was incredibly paranoid.
A little bit.
But in the end, it seemed that wasn't. Wiglaf also is still pretty sure that this cleric is also a vampire? Question mark.
No.
We're not sure about that, but
Yeah.
but we think he might be a vampire or a zombie, a lich. We don't know. On Reuven and Uzma's side, the two went off and had a great old day out. They played with the cat, had some fun, discovered the cat is a cat who likes playing with their food. We also went and talked with the Hunters Guild, where we talked to a nice receptionist lady who was like whose father was a half elf, and whose name was Arya, the same as the Dryad we met, or Reuven met. And at the end of this, Uzma had attempted to be, I guess, as communicative as he could. Uzma was trying to make connections and trying to worm his way into some information. First, trying to get into the library of the Hunters Guild, and also attempting to have a meeting with the rich old man in Llobet that we wanted to talk to. Was rich and mysterious. And at the end of the session, we got the message that both of these organizations had given us the chance to go and meet and talk with them about things. Uh, and both of those meetings were set to the day after, I believe.
Yep.
One at the morning and one at night. One in the evening of tomorrow. Oh, at the very end, Usmar also decided to play a harmless prank on Reuven's new companion, Kitty, who still doesn't have a name. And after which, Reuven got extremely mad at Usmar for that. So yeah, Reuven's still quite grumpy at Usmar.
Nothing that Night's Rest couldn't fix.
Maybe. Maybe.
Well, Reuven, how was your night after playing with Kitty till 3 in the morning?
Mm.
Not much sleep, huh?
Most likely. Most likely, like a tired parent who not really getting enough sleep, but there's not really much you can do. Just deal with it.
All right. So here we are. Spooky music in the background. Is there any... What's the night like? What's everybody's... Like... You've been to Llobet now for a few days, hanging out in the luxury lounging, which is like very nice. Meeting strange new people, finding out about a second priest that's here, probably. Some rumors, people going crazy about maybe there's undead around, maybe there's not undead around, who knows exactly what's going on. What's Usma thinking when he goes to bed after just almost getting murdered by Elven Kitty?
Well, Osmar had that situation under control. Osmar is not really thinking about the Elven Kitty stuff right now too much. He's kind of anxious and excited, like I guess anxious in a good way about his meetings tomorrow. You know, he's most of his life he's been like a helper boy for the main guy running the shop, and now he's kind of like doing more of the leading entrepreneurial stuff himself, where it's like making connections to further potential future business leads. So he's feeling pretty proud of himself. He's excited, a little bit anxious, but mainly excited.
Are you at all afraid that you're getting in way over your head?
Not really.
So you're still like kind of the random boy from the streets dealing with the main Hunter's Guild. This is not any regional office, this is the Hunter's Guild office where the head honcho of the Hunter's Guild resides.
Yeah, I think Osmar doesn't view guilds in such a positive light. Like, guilds are super important in Asturias's modern, or Asturias's political system, so that's why they kind of get the respect. But like generally, Osmar feels like guilds kind of get in the way of a lot of things, so that's kind of like at least helping to ease the nerves. Where he's not like meeting like an idol or something. He's meeting like a person who he's kind of annoyed by, but within the current system, they're like important.
Okay.
He's not too worried.
And the lady from the council who is living with this rich guy who is unaffiliated, which is kind of strange to be
Yeah. I think
frankly.
that's what Osmar is more nervous about. Yeah, this Mercurio guy sounds like someone that Osmar respects a lot. You know, he's unaffiliated, doesn't need any of these dumb guilds. But he's made a man out of himself.
Has the thought crossed your mind that Mercurio might be part of the guild?
I don't think so. It could be possible, but even if so, I don't think I have that much knowledge of the Thieves Guild, and I mean it's bad, but I don't think the Thieves Guild would have it like any reason to be hostile towards Osmar. So even if this was like a member of the Thieves Guild, I don't think I'd be like too worried of meeting them. I might get signed into like a contract that I will later regret, but it's like I'll definitely be fine.
Hmm. All right.
And
Big
thievery
yeah.
is just another way to make a living. You know, yeah, you still have to
True.
earn it.
A little less illegal. Yeah, I'm sorry, a little less legal. Yeah, a little more dangerous.
Well, Wiglaf, you a few hours ago met somebody who has similar abilities to yours, maybe
Yeah, that's a yeah.
somewhat same origin story. All of a sudden, has gotten abilities, is able to heal people. You've gotten a name.
A maybe a god name, Dulinir.
Yeah,
Uh,
he asked you if you know the name, but
I did not know the name. No. Yeah,
half of the name
I
has a
did. I
meaning
did.
to you. Like,
I did ask my god if he knew or they knew the name, and they sent a loving sort of appreciative familial thing. So
yeah,
we're cool.
is this something? And also, you are not sure if this person is undead.
Yes.
Maybe,
But Wiglaf is not sure. Like I don't know if he knows if his god's not sure.
maybe this whole thing is a test.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Maybe you need to try out some of your abilities. Who knows?
Just wipe out another pre. God, that sounds horrible. Like to take out a prima of an entire like area. Just kill the father of the religion of this area. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
Um, do you sleep in this night, or is this more a restless night where you're just rolling around from one side to the other,
I think
confused?
he probably took a little bit of extra time to talk to his deity to see who is this other priest. Like are they a danger to myself or others? The reason why he asked for like if they were undead because he wasn't quite sure, and he had a name of some other god maybe or voice, but he probably took maybe an extra hour before he went to sleep to reflect on that.
Okay. So in the morning, there's one tired elf and two not so tired other players, and a semi-tired gnome.
A what tired?
A semi-tired gnome.
Oh.
He's a bit tired. There was some thinking going on, probably last night. Or maybe it's some experimentations, who knows. Well, we all can wake up in the morning after a somewhat okay, somewhat strange night and have breakfast.
Before breakfast, I want to rush into Wiglaf's room and remind him that it is extremely important, my dear dwarven friend, that you have at least one, preferably two, and then I walk in closer and whisper healing spells prepared
I
for
mean, I
today.
have to. Yeah.
Yep.
I
Well,
mean,
we're
in
gonna be
character, we left. He agrees with you. Yeah.
we're gonna be meeting some important people who will need their proof, and then I give him a head nod and run back to my room and start preparing my own spells.
All right. Anything
Oh, there's
else you guys?
something I missed with the recap that's probably pretty important. Wiglov's meeting with the head priest man, father person. Did get the plural us, the party, a lead on Viglav's like cleric stuff, right? As he mentioned about a man in Barrios.
True,
The
yeah.
crazy man that might give me some answers. Yeah,
Yes,
so
that's
some crazy person. I didn't get a name.
Mhm.
I remember that. Like I'll probably bring that up when we're back in Barrios at some point.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, it's in my notes also.
Yep. Sorry for interrupting.
No, it's fine. No, I understand. It's one of those things that like details that I thought I was gonna forget, but I didn't.
So here we are, breakfast time.
Mm-hmm.
Have you spent money for yesterday? You're still sleeping in the expensive hotel, so please pay out for gold pieces for the last night.
I think we
Did we?
probably did.
I think we did. Yeah.
Alright. So what's the plan for today?
Uh, First things first, I have to go visit with the Hunters Guild. I reread the note, make sure that I got the address correct, and did the note say? Does the note say that me specifically, or am I allowed to take company?
Um, the note does not specify anything. It's addressed to you and that you should show up today or tomorrow in the morning.
Okay. I guess as we're eating breakfast, I look to Ruben at least.
You see Reuven's definitely some light bags underneath his eyes. Definitely stands out for an elf as he's like kind of just digging at his food from the breakfast, and it's like
Yeah.
slightly sulking.
So I'm probably eating my porridge. And like, oh, Ruben, you want to go meet with the Hunters Guild today? I think you enjoyed your time yesterday. Seemed like
You,
you got along.
Reuven, like looks up from his sulking and looks back at you. You definitely see he still looks kind of hurt and kind of uh, somewhat hmm, maybe put off isn't a good description, but somewhat uh, maybe saddened. You're not quite sure, but he does seem a bit less positive than he is normally. Definitely on the negative mood swings at the moment.
I'll shove in a couple more spoonfuls of oats into my mouth. And I look at him. Ruben, what's the matter?
You see Ruben still just like keeping look at you, still not even touching his food really. He's just kind of looking at you, slightly squinting with his green elven cat-like eyes. Just kind of
You
looking
gotta
at you.
you gotta eat if you want to grow up to be a big boy. And I pat him on the shoulder.
You see his eyes slightly become more like slit, like as they slightly scrunch up. Like, it's just there's a like a sigh with some sort of meaning of. He seems to be still somewhat saddened, especially looking at Uzma. You see, when he's looking at the others, glancing, then he doesn't seem to get the same expression as he's looking at Uzma. Still, you feel probably still somewhat affected by what happened the previous night. As he like kind of slinks uh, hidden in like the corner he's sitting, a hand inside his hood to like as he like puts like a piece of one of the remaining pieces of rations of meat we have into his hood.
Kitty's not eating the rations.
Mm.
We're in some pretty serious circumstances, Ruben. If you stay grumpy all the time, it's just gonna add to it. You need to lighten up your mood a little bit. or we'll get overrun by the stoicism.
You see Ruben kind of like slightly frown and then get like a confused expression on his face, looking at you.
Look, do you want to go to the Hunters Guild or not? Ari hasn't done anything to you, right? Why would you seek your vengeance onto her?
And he kind of just slumps slightly more than he already has, and kind of like frowning, looking at the table. I, I am, I am not putting my anger or revenge on anyone. I, I, I am. They are fine. They are. At least they are humans who slightly respect nature. At least she did. I think kind of gives you a slightly dirty look.
I throw my hands up, kind of like, come on. What's with the accusations? I mean, I showed myself to be a pretty nature-loving person.
The dirty look intensifies. Just looking at
Didn't
you.
I? Aren't I largely responsible for feeding your cat?
Ooh, that's a good point.
Do you screamed it out in the middle of the room? Sounds like it.
Oh God!
Like
Oh
that,
no!
but, I mean, there's nothing weird about feeding a cat.
Sure.
River probably doesn't even realize if that sentence would have brought any danger or whatever. He kind of just still giving you this slight stink eyes. It's just looking at you. It's like she she said that you are not a very good cook.
Oh, she's alive, isn't she? Good enough. Look, I just wanna. I don't want you to harbor any ill will here, and I might not be the best at diffusing that. So, you know, but this is an important meeting, and I feel like your presence would help.
You see, he has like crossed his arms in front of his chest. It's kind of like slightly like still in more of a slumped posture. He's just kind of just skulking slightly, sulking.
Well,
I'm sure it'll do good for you as well.
some point around breakfast, Coffin will inform you that he will be going back to the mining guild's office and talking with them about Mercurio, because he kind of wants to know what's going on before going there. If there's something that he should know about this situation.
I nod affirmatively.
And he will grab his stuff and wander off.
Alright, shall we head out ourselves? I look to the rest.
I agree.
You see Reuven ever so slightly like nod, but he still look like he's sulking, like hands in front of his chest, just kind of.
Rough.
Yeah, but he seems to nod.
Awesome. So I guess after breakfast we head out to the Honors Guild thing.
Alright, so, all three of you going?
Yes, I think so.
Okay.
Or does Wiglaf have any other plans?
No, he's gonna go with them.
Okay.
He's mostly just kind of in his head right now, trying to figure out, like, he's just met another person just like him, and he's like, how much of a rapport that he needs with them. Like, does Scud like them? Seems like they might. He's mostly confused.
Okay. What's Zool doing?
Zool, I think before the last session I was wanting to do some coaching with Zool, but He's probably with me now. I want to give him some meat from the donkey sheet. I should probably let him just go after prey if he wants, but
If you're in the middle of the city, it's gonna be kind of complicated.
yeah, no, I meant like if he wants to go out to the forest, unless there's like some sort of range that Zool needs to be within me. I guess I'll try and I guess I'll keep him in a cage. If he's not hungry or thirsty, I have water and food and stuff. So.
You have to constantly feed him, like every day.
Well, yeah, yes, I know that. Like I have the food right now. It's just like I'll feed him, of course, and give him water for my water skin. So, and I'll fill it up later. Fill some of it up. I don't know how much an owl drinks. So.
Yeah. All right.
Well, does the Hunters Guild letter say like names of the people that I'm meeting?
No.
Okay.
It's not really anything in the letter other than please show up to talk about your request. Standard ration?
Is that like for an owl?
I think owl wants to eat like fresh meat.
Fresh meat, yeah. We have
We don't. Yeah, all of that meat is like smoked or.
Yeah. Also, Kitty would like to eat fresh meat as well.
You know what? Wiglaf is gonna just go to the forest and trying to get Zool some food because apparently I don't have any fresh meat. So. If he might. I mean, if he just went to the other party, it's kind of a big deal. Wiglaf needs to feed Zool, but he also needs to go with the party. So.
You can buy fresh meat. I mean. Between the two
Mm-hmm.
pets that you currently have, I think like 1 day of ration would feed both pets, but
Okay.
Like,
you will have to pay for it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't mind. Yeah, of course.
It's like I think 2 silver a day ration? Or so.
I have that, as a matter of fact. So 2 silver, I will pay for that at the market as we are going to Mercurio.
Yeah.
All right. No, we're not going to Mercurio yet. No. We're going to
the hunting lodge, right? Hunting lodge. And then I'll pay for that. So I give Zool some meat, and then we'll go to the hunter's lodge after that.
So you're taking the owl with you to the hunter's guild?
Yes, he's in a cage.
Okay, so you're just having a large cage that is like almost half your size and carry it around town?
Well, I mean, that's yes. Yeah. He's probably like, hanging on my back or something. Which reminds me.
Totally not going to look extremely strange. All right.
Of course not.
So you walk through the city and 10, 15, 20 minutes later, who knows how much time later, you arrive at the Hunting Guild's office building and you can enter. There's no guards outside. There's a door that you know is open. You can walk inside.
Do that.
Inside, you get greeted by same person as yesterday. There's Arya sitting at the reception desk, raising a hand to greet you.
Hi. I'd be here to meet your superiors today.
Yes. Please take a seat. I will inform them, and then I will let you know where to go and when.
Sure. I smile and go take a seat.
Yeah. There's like some, I don't know, sitting area in the reception hall where you can sit down, and Arya disappears from... What?
Oh, sorry. No, go ahead. Sorry.
Right. Arya disappears from the hall, goes into a back room, and a few minutes later reappears and just stands at the desk and looks at some notes. And a few more minutes later, somebody else comes out from the back room and comes over to you. It's a guy, and he says, please follow me. And he points at you and at Rufen.
Oh, well. I guess I'll be sitting in the lobby.
I look to Wiglaf, I'm like, alright, looks like you're getting cut out of this. But we'll inform you on the happenings.
I not. I'm still in contemplation for the most part.
Right.
I look to Ruben, make sure that he's following. He's not slinking about too much.
Yeah, you see his posture is still different from his usual, but he seems to stand up with you.
Yeah, I try to smile at Ruben to activate some of the mirror cells in his brain. See if it could make his mood a little bit more positive.
All right. So you grab Reuven and pull him behind this guy, and you get moved into a small consultation room. Probably there's a large desk. Behind this desk sits a person. To the Broken, can you please turn or push to talk again?
He did.
Behind this guy there is a person who clearly looks like a warrior. He has a sword and a shield and is in armor, which is the first person in armor you have seen in this building.
Right.
The guy behind the desk stands up and points to the two chairs in front of the desk and says, please take a seat.
I walk up and I pull one chair out for Ruben before I sit myself.
How kind of you.
Ruben sits, yeah.
Greetings. I haven't got your name or title. If you
My name is Alfred.
Alfred?
I am the guildmaster of this guild.
Alfred, Guildmaster of the Hunters Guild.
Which social protocol you would know this is like someone in the social order like 10 ranks above you.
Yep, the big guy.
Yeah.
Pretty sure Reuven does not understand the socials at all.
Yeah.
He just kind of does a very slight nod.
Does it look like he has some sort of like super nice clothes on? Does anything look magically enchanted?
Give me a
I wanna know-
perception check.
Very sorry.
I don't know. I don't know if he has like a ring of mind reading.
Ooh, that'd be interesting.
You have a kitty of mind reading.
Oh
So.
my god.
True. Countered.
Well, his clothes clearly look very well made. But they also look like guild clothes. Like you see the patch on his shoulder.
Yeah, what a loser.
He has some nice jewelry on him. He's not wearing a weapon, at least you can see one. Yeah.
Oh,
He looks like somebody who has enough money to pay for good clothes. Just put it like this.
Does he look half elven?
No, he does not.
Alright.
Unless you want to like inspect his ears to find out. But looking at him, it doesn't seem like he's half elven.
I go tug at his ears. No, just kidding.
He definitely looks like a lean person. Like his frame might be half elven. Like if you look at him, he doesn't look like obviously bulky human.
Sure.
But then again, if he's out in the woods a lot or supposedly out in the woods a lot, he's probably not going to look like a bulky person. Yeah.
So firstly, I would like to thank you for this opportunity of getting to chat with you.
You're welcome.
As I'm sure you were made aware by Arya, we encountered a pack of kobolds in the I'm getting ahead of myself. I think it should be restated that we are here today to talk about potential access to your guild library that I would like.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so as I presume Arya has told you, we encountered a pack of kobolds in the forest here.
Mm-hmm.
And I should make it clear, this wasn't like a hobbyist hunting task. We weren't contracted by the military guild, and there was no bounty listed for their heads. Rather, the forest itself tasked us with this job.
I have heard so, yes.
Yes, it seems to me that the forest has chosen us as a mechanism to maintain its ecosystem.
Oh God, I didn't know. That's what that was.
The Dryad, who we presume to be the one responsible for contacting us, was the same Dryad Arya was named after.
I have
My
been made aware of the conversation you had with Arya, yes.
Yes, my understanding is that Arya's father was an esteemed member of your guild.
I fail to connect where you are going with your story.
The it seems that I wear no emblem, and neither does my elven friend here. But the Fae of the forest see some connection, even if it is not written down in our socially constructed documents of allegiance. I believe it is in the best interest of these woods, and therefore also your guild, that our party would be well read on these matters. Or rather, how are we to perform our obligations on forest maintenance if we do not understand the most simplest beings in the forest, if we do not understand what harmony in the forest is supposed to look like?
Alfred looks at you, slightly confused, and looks at Reuven, looks back at you, and then says, whatever mystical task you think has fallen in your lap has close to nothing to do with the reason why we are talking today.
Is that so?
Yes.
Well,
To be quite frank, you as a person have little to do with the reason why we are talking with you today. The main reason why I am talking with you is, and he looks at Reuven, is him. As you have noticed and have so interestingly dealt with, there have been kobolds in the eastern part of the forest, which is quite surprising, and at the same time not as surprising as one may think. At least not, I think. Usually you would expect all the kobolds to run into the western side of the forest, which I assume also these kobolds have done, and find a swift end at the spears and axes of dissenters who keep the forest safe on that side. For some reason, they have not, and I suspect that we know the reason. And for dissenters being a peculiar folk, we hope that your elven friend, Reuven, as I have been told, would lend us a hand.
I look to Reuben.
when the guildmaster first said like the reason we're talking to you, we're even like getting you an audience because of Reuben had like a ever so slight like curl of the mouth to like Usmar's direction of like but yeah, that
Yeah.
probably went away more quickly, and then like with intent is now looking at the guildmaster.
Ego boosted.
Reuben's still a rather young man in Elven terms, so he wears his heart on his sleeve, as you
So
might
is
want to
Wiglaf.
say.
So is Wiglaf, yeah.
My dear elven friend, as you know, centaurs don't think too highly of humans. They respect us hunters, for we share some of their beliefs about the forest, and they tend to not be hostile towards us. They tend to not be hostile towards humans at all, but for some reason, lately they have taken a lockdown measure in a part of the forest, which encompasses obviously where they live, and they are disallowing us to travel through it, which also means that they are disallowing people from Llobet going to the western towns. As you clearly see, this might be a problem. Having to prolong travel by twice or three times the duration it would usually take annoys a lot of the carriers and annoys the people in the outside towns. It annoys the people in Llobet, and all this anger builds up and lands on my table, since people think I am responsible for what's going on in the forest. Somehow having a emblem of a hunter means that you speak with the forest, I guess, or speak for the forest, which is the opposite of what we do, as you probably know. So we were hoping that you would be willing to try to talk with the centers, find out what their problem is, if we can find an agreement, and in exchange for this favor, we will allow your human friend access to our library.
I look at Ruben and kind of nod my head a little bit, like, do this, do this.
Yeah, Reuben take this in. Breathe in slightly. And then like thinking about this for a few seconds, after which looking towards Uzma's direction, seeing him like nod intently. Reuben slightly again have that slight dirty scowling look as he looks at you. And then like turns back. Uh, I these centaurs. I am willing to go and talk to them about this. And like frowningly looking at Guildmaster, I will uh, see what how they are, and and slightly like frowning at the Guildmaster. He's like, I will make sure that it is not the reason why they have done this is not because of humans and what you humans do. I have still heard of and even seen how humans treat nature. It is not. I can. I could believe if it was because of you humans why they do this.
It's not out of the question that there has been a disagreement with humans that has led to the lockdown. But I don't think that it's all that's going on.
Okay. I think Reuven will like stand up more straight than he was before in his slump posture. Get slight that his normal, natural, everyday aura of the Goblin Slayer elf ever so slightly returns. He stands up with more intent and charisma as he looks at this man. He probably does not at all understanding the power level difference here of how this actually is working out in the human society. I agree. Then
Splendid.
still like slightly, ever so slightly squinting at Osmar. I
Osmar is just kind of smiling. Or
will do
smirking.
this and talk to them, but only talk.
Yes.
If it appears that it is human fault, it is not. I. He doesn't finish his sentence. I will only talk and try to understand their problems.
And if possible, if you think this is in range of your abilities, maybe help them with their problems. I don't think that at the bottom of this issue you will find out that humans have attacked creatures in the forest. I think we would have heard about this. So I will entrust you as an official ambassador of this guild with the task to converse with the centers and see to help them with their problems and reinstall the agreement that we are allowed to travel through their forest. And he
I think ultimately
holds out a hand in your direction.
Reuven like turns his head to Osmar, seemingly looking for if you agree with this, if you think this is worth it, whatever.
I'm nodding enthusiastically always every time Ruben's looking back at Osmar.
Reuven sighs. Very well. And puts out his hand to shake the guildmaster's.
As you shake his hand, he, in not quite so good Elven, says some thank you for your service words in Elven.
I think Reuven kind of just nods at him.
He holds your hand a tiny bit longer than necessary, and as he's about to let go, he says, I've heard you have with you a cat of the forest.
you see Reuven's eyes definitely like squint down into a not quite hostile demeanor and look, but not too far from it. Of this seriousness and cautiousness as appears in his face.
Alfred continues and says, "May I see it? It's a rare occasion that we see any of these beautiful creatures in the forest. They hide so well."
Yeah, both Usma, probably the man would also see very much of a emotions of cautiousness and slight not quite frightenedness, but he of
Your best guess
emotions
is
of
that
like looking
that
back.
Alfred is literally just curious about the cat and he wants to see it.
But
You don't get
I
any
think
weird intentions, unless you want to like reconsider what he has said. But
I think Reuven definitely still like slinks back his hand and like takes a good step back from this man. I he didn't have a very good impression of the man beforehand. He's still at this point. I think he's went a bit above of what Reuven can tolerate. So he just goes, "We have made a deal, and I will try my best to do my part. But I do not wish to speak to you any longer." As he's just kind of squinting, slightly with a slight scowl, looking at this man.
Alfred seems confused. And then says, "Well, then I think we don't have anything to talk anymore. I hope I haven't offended you."
You see,
Did I
Reuven's
make
just kind of
a
like,
blunder?
I shall do my part of the deal, and I hope you as well follow through with yours. If you if I complete my part, and he's just kind of like squinting.
What's more pipes up here? Speaking of, actually, could we get library access before? Because like we could get information that might help us on this path, you know?
All this while, Reuven's still taking steps back and like looking at this man.
Yeah.
Cautiousness.
Is there like a library card or?
You can have access today. I will arrange that you will be received at the library and not be thrown out.
I look at him inquisitively today.
Yes. To
What
find
about
out the
tomorrow?
information you will need to deal with the problems in the forest, and once you have completed your side of the deal, I will grant you larger access to the library.
Sure, I guess. Yeah, sure.
Well then, and he kind of shakes off the strange situation. I wish you all a pleasant day and good luck on your travels.
Thank you, Alfred.
Let me or my friendly office know about anything else that you encounter and how the conversation with the centaurs went.
Gotcha. Nice word. Or I guess I let Reuben head out first.
Yeah.
Reuven definitely looks uncomfortable being in this room. Still like taking a few steps back, and he just does a very slight nod, and then immediately heads back and like turns heel and heads back out of the room.
You head out of the room. You have to go a little pathway until you arrive back in the lobby. Back in the lobby, Wiglaf wanted to do some things.
Wiggloff wants to, step up from his seat because he's kind of, a bit impatient with sitting around for a while. Not really impatient, more like he's anxious. And he walks up to Arya. Arya? And he's like, Arya, please tell me, which god do you worship personally?
That's an odd question to ask someone right from the start.
I'm a very odd person. Please indulge me. I don't mean any harm.
Personally, I believe in I guess you would say, spirits of the forest.
Yeah. Do they give you great fortune when you are out hunting?
I'm not out hunting much, but I guess that's what my father believed in, and ever since I find my peace with them, whatever they are, nature.
Your father must have been a very pious man, correct? Or was he, a general sort of...
He was a man who loved being in the forest, and given his nature, I think that's where this comes from. I wouldn't say that he was a pious person. He had the utmost respect for all the creatures that roam the forest, for nature itself.
The gods must have blessed him with, great bounty for having a beautiful daughter, and also, her being very successful in life.
Well, thank you, Mr. Dwarf.
That's a little bit tongue-in-cheek, but yeah. I'm trying to be both pious and also a little bit flirty.
Worked perfectly, I guess.
I guess so. Yeah, he's
You
trying
got
to
the
be
Mr.
very,
Dwarf back, so that must have hit home.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is there anything else I can help you with?
I was wondering, do you not allow caged animals in your guild? Should I take Zool out? Is it disrespectful to this establishment, is what I mean?
Don't think that there's an official ruling on caged animals. At least I have not been informed about it. Considering that I kind of run this place, I think I would know.
Okay. Do you know much about large birds like owls?
I know that they usually are asleep at this time of the day. So you might want to get like a blanket for your cage that you can throw over it during the day if you have to carry it around.
Oh! I did not. I thought the blanket was already in the cage, but I didn't think of putting, some sort of cover over the cage. Oh gosh, I don't know much about birds at all. Well, thank you, Arya. I appreciate that. I was wondering why Zool seemed a bit restless during the day and more active during the night. Thank you. Appreciate that. And I'm going to give her a bow, in respect.
You're welcome. And she kind of starts to look at notes again on the thingy. Some people come in and out of the building as well, so she has other things to do.
He just walks back to his chair and he sits, patiently for his friends.
Yeah, they didn't take that long, so they will return after 20 minutes or so. I don't know how long we took. You can reconvene and head out.
Reuven definitely like kind of storms out of the hallway and like into the main room with a hefty pace, probably in front of Uzma. I don't know how fast Uzma's following on, but he's walking out of that room with a hefty step. And when Reuven gets to like the main big room with Arya and Vigla, like first like beelines towards Vigla, uh, and then seems to start saying something to you, but then like his eyes look at Arya at the like booth thingy. I'm assuming she has something like that.
Receptionist,
And
yeah.
Like a receptionist desk.
yeah, and like on her desk, the Vigloff definitely sees Reuven just give Arya the nastiest, dirtiest scowl he can like muster of like
Wow.
filled with regret, but also just anger.
Usna's
And
coming out behind Ruben in like a small jig, kind of dancing a bit.
It's so good. It's so good. It's so good.
yeah, you see Ruben looking at the reception with almost flames, tongues of flame coming out of his eyes.
Oh god.
When Ruben those much.
What did already do?
Yeah, I think Ruben says something to Vigloff, but loud enough to everyone in the room can hear.
Yeah.
Like, let us go, dwarf Vigloff. Let us go. No humans can be trusted. They are all the same.
Wiglaf perks up a bit. He's mostly been in contemplation, speaking a bit with Arya, trying to calm himself. He looks up to Reuben. He's like, "Oh, friend, are you okay? Is anything wrong?"
Still looking at Arya with a very with anger in his eyes. He still just shakes his head. I want to leave here. I do not want to be here any longer.
Then let us go. We can make your peace outside.
Thank you. Yeah.
Following behind you as a third person, the same person who brought you to the room is also returning with you from the room and is heading to Arya. Are you all leaving?
Ruben's coming out.
Was this the person that you said brought you to the room? Do they know anything about what was going on in the room? I guess I could probably get the information from my partner, but who is this person? What was their name? Did I catch it or did I not catch it?
It's a random person. You don't know the name.
Oh, okay.
It's somebody who works here.
Gotcha. So, yeah, okay. I'll just keep moving on. Do they have any religious symbols on their neck? Like trinkets or
No.
maybe something I can recognize? No? Okay. I'll just, go away. Go away then.
So everybody leaves the building.
I want to notify my party. I gotta go check this library out real quick.
Oh, yeah. Hell
'cause
yeah.
I'm gonna have other stuff to do later this evening, and I only have 1 day of access for now.
That's cool. Yeah, we can go to the library.
You don't need to come, unless you're allowed. Can you read?
Oh, I mean, moral support, of course. Wiglaf will probably just go and buy a blanket, a cape, or like thing, a cover for his owl cage.
So Usma stays in the building and receives the information that he needs to find the library, which is not in the same building.
Wiglaf asks Reuben if he wants to join him with finding an extravagant sort of some sort of cover for the owl cage.
You ask Reuben, just like Reuben still like first thing after he like talked to you, he like huffed out of the building, still muttering in Elven of like, no humans can be trusted. They're all shit. None of them keep their word.
That's my dwarven legs. I pick up with Zoo and I'm like, trying to keep up with Reuben.
Yeah, Reuben first gets out of the building to get some like fresh air.
I'll tell Reuben, like, friend, what has troubled you so? What's going on? Maybe I can help.
She's like breathing in front of the building. I then and he like gets like a pretty sad expression after the anger has flushed away. Face still quite red. Then yesterday, when we came, the like waves of the building came here, I showed uh, Arya, the receptionist, um, my companion. I showed and I told her that it was a, as you say, secret. I, but now when we went and talked with the man, I who Uzmar wanted some information or library. I'm not sure what it is. I've not heard of this word before, but is access to this place. Uh, and in our talk, the man asked, uh, his name was Alfred. He asked to see my companion, which means he yeah, he gets more red again. His face flushes slightly, like stamps on the like uh, dusty floor of the city. And like I, it means it's she told about my companion, which means and like again like with one of his legs kind of like trounces on the street, hitting
We,
the floor.
yeah, Wiglaf tries to like calm him. He puts a hand on whatever, like maybe his hip or something. Like, what
Yeah.
his hand or whatever. He's like, friend, no need to be angry with me. I understand that you are going through a troubled time. It is okay. You know, like people see differently of other people of all times, of all places. You can speak to me freely.
You see a very appreciative look on Ruben's face. Thank you, really, really, thank you, Wiglaf, my friend. It is very, very good to hear that. He like holds both, like puts like put his hands on both of your like shoulders and like kind of squeeze it in like a makeshift hug, kind of.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah, like
a bro hug. Yeah.
yeah, like kind of shakes you and is like, I appreciate it.
Now, please tell me
Very
your
much.
troubles. What bothers you?
Let us walk and go. I do not want to remain near this building again.
Meanwhile, as you
Wiglaf,
two are having your interesting conversation in the streets about
yeah,
hurt feelings,
Uh-huh.
yeah, yeah.
Usma in the lobby right now, waiting for information he needs. Sees a still slightly confused Alfred come into the main hall and wave Arya over. They have a talk in the corner, and are you trying to listen in?
I guess. Yeah.
You would really have to try. Like,
What does
there's a
trying
good
mean?
chance.
Does trying mean I'm sitting here and focusing, or does trying mean I'm walking up behind like a wall?
Yeah, you would have to walk up to the reception and like
Well, then
try
I'm
to
not
get close
trying.
to them.
Wiglaf, Wiglaf looks at Ruben. He pats him, on the side in order to do the bro hug, and he looks back at the guild, the lodge, and he's like, hold on. Can he hear? We're hearing like some commotion going on, right? We're not really hearing
No.
what the words are.
You hear nothing. You're
Oh,
outside.
but okay, so we don't know what's going on.
No.
So
You
Wiglaf's
stormed
going to
out
go
of the
back.
building. You miss
Yeah,
everything.
yeah. Mm. Wiglaf is going to try and hear what's going on in the building. If he can, I guess, since he said we were going to be able to hear, he'll try and walk back as though he left something.
You have no idea that this is happening. Why would you go back?
Well, oh, sorry. I thought you worded it differently. Sorry, go ahead.
Just the Usma
If
sees
they're talking,
Oh, it's
If
for
they're-
Usma.
if they're talking for more than 10 seconds, I walk up.
They're talking for more than 10 seconds, so.
Alright, so at 10 seconds, I walk up and I interrupt them. Where am I?
You interrupt them as Alfred says something about what's like the end of the sentence you catch, like something seeing his cat. Is this like a insult in Elven?
What? I don't understand. I'm just gonna walk up. Hey, where's the library? Where's my thing? Can I, if I only have a day of time, I'd like to not waste too much of it.
They kind of look at you, did not see you coming, and say, "I give me a minute. I'm working on it." Arya says, and
I roll my eyes, get furiated, and go back sitting. Think to myself, God, I fucking hate guilds.
they
Stupid you.
continue talking for a bit, and like, yeah, and then Alfred like just shakes his head and kind of shrugs and leaves the room. Arya goes back to the desk and finishes something, and then calls you over and hands you a letter with the emblem of the guild on it, and also a small piece of parchment with directions to the library.
Nice. I go to the library and fucking win the game.
Sounds like a plan. So you head straight to the library, ignoring the rest of your party.
Yep.
We probably already went off the
Yeah,
street.
they're probably
at
off
that point.
already.
Reuven really huffed out of there.
Yeah.
In like a what would for Wiglaf would be like a good run, but for Reuven would be like a,
Yeah.
like a jog.
True.
But a jogging, you know, not more.
Like a power walk. for
Reuven has to stop once a minute to let Wiglaf catch back up with him.
Yeah, exactly.
The owl is fucking annoyed because the cage is bumping around so much. It's not going great. Yeah. So Usma disappears for the day, and it's just you two.
Oh, and just to be clear, whenever I'm working at the library, I wanna like take books and go read them at like at a desk with a window nearby, because I don't want to miss the fucking sunset and then be fucked for my Mercurio talk. So I'm following the time of the day.
Okay, that's fine.
And I have rations with me and water with me, so I'm not gonna go anywhere. I'm spending the entire day here until Mercurio.
Yeah, you have like, I'd say 7 hours or so that you can spend in the library, or like 8 hours maybe. You went early, so basically one day. The library is a second guild building, which also is the same building that the wizard school of the guild is in.
Yep.
Unsurprising.
I walk in, feeling like the shit. If anyone comes up to me, I just show them the fucking guild emblem.
Go through the door, and like 3 steps later, somebody approaches you and says, excuse me.
I roll my eyes and I produce the permission slip.
Yeah.
I'm here for the library.
Okay. He sees the letter in your hands, and I assume you give it to him.
No. I show it to him, but I want to make sure that I keep the thing.
The letter is sealed close.
Oh, okay, then yeah, I give it to him.
Okay, yeah, you give him the letter. He opens the letter, obviously spotting his guild seal on it. You see two guards looking in your direction as well. Person reads through the letter and says, "Okay."
Yep, I'm on an important mission tasked by your guildmaster himself, Alfred.
It says so. Unless I hear anything else, you are free to use the library for
Awesome.
today.
Thank you, my dear friend. I walk off, annoyed by another guild rat.
Oh, God.
Wow. This took an interesting turn.
I just hate guilds, you know?
Hey, same apparently.
Yeah. You know what? You and Ruben will be good friends. 'Cause
The only good guild is the Merchants Guild.
There you go.
The only reason why we think this is because we have never dealt with them.
Maybe.
It's like,
You know, maybe
"Oh,
maybe the only good guild is the Thieves Guild.
There you go.
True.
Yeah, at least at
Best
least they're
guild.
honest. You know what they're doing. You know, they never lie.
You know,
about
all
it.
this bureaucracy is like annoying. I can't just go to a library, you know? When I was a small boy, I couldn't go study in the
So good.
library either because fucking shit, and then, you know, I'd have to go to Barrios, and even that would probably be like iffy.
You get like a library card. It's like, okay, yeah, this is who I
Well,
am. I love.
if that's like if you're lucky and you get a library card. Like right
Yeah.
now, I just got lucky because I pimped out my elven friend, and like,
Mhm.
Jesus,
Yeah.
fuck guilds. I hate guilds. Osmar hate guilds.
True story. Alright, do we want to take a quick break?
I'll
Yeah,
be
sure.
fine by me.
Alright, then let's take 5 minutes break. See you in 5 minutes.
Why not?
All right.
Why not? Oh, he's okay. I'm just.
I'm back. so alone. All alone, everybody's muted. Sad, sad.
Ooh, okay, I'm back.
Hello back.
I've been trying. Yes, that's a good dad. I've been trying to get my friend to. He knows a bit about 2E,
Mhm.
and he's asking me. He's like, "Oh, how are classes made? You know, what are my choices? You know, blah blah blah." And I'm like, it depends on how you roll your stats. Like, if you roll your stats high enough, you could be a paladin. If you roll your stats like average enough, you can be a fighter or a rogue, maybe a ranger. If you roll your stats low enough, you could probably die. So,
True.
no, yeah.
Um,
I'm trying to get like a good. I don't know how to summarize 2E because 2E is a very different beast from 5E, and I love it personally. Like transitioning from 5E to 2E, I feel like I want to play more 2E games. It feels like there's more thought put into it. It feels like the DMs are very much more old school in the sense of like more role play. The combat can be fun and challenging, but the role play is also essential, and you know that's really cool. I love that. So I'm trying to get him in on the jig. I play a few games with him personally as a player and also yes, as a player and also a DM for a little bit. So he's kind of cool. Um, so it'd be like extremely new for him. He only knows bits and pieces of the system. I'm trying to give him some answers that he needs, but I feel like you could answer better for me than than he could because I mean I'm a fighter priest and I'm like, okay, so it's called a priest. It transitions to a cleric, but they don't work the same way. Like they have like less spells, but you still get like lots of things. Depends on what you want to do. Like if you multi-class, you can't like go from fighter to wizard back to fighter. You have to either go fighter wizard. I don't even think you can do that. I think you can't be a fighter wizard. So you have to be like either wizard. You
you
can be a
can.
fighter priest.
But it's like multi-classing, dual classing. This is all just.
Yeah. Yeah, and I told him I said like this particular game, not all 2E games, but this game is a point system when it comes to like leveling up. You could go for like a number of sessions and not know what you're supposed to do. Like when it comes to like your overall arc of a character with quests, and you wouldn't even know what you've done to get your points. So like, I guess like it gives you the exploration, the idea of like, how do I find narratively what I need to do to level up my character, and that can also progress me as a character myself. So, and I thought that was really cool. So I told him about the idea, and he's like, "Oh yeah, it's kind of cool." So as opposed to like XP bonuses or whatever. So
Yeah.
I'm trying to sell it the best I can.
Yeah.
Uh,
Well, as I said, just let him know. In this case, I let him know. Join the Discord, and we can talk at some point and see if this works out. Yeah.
It's up to you. If you want me to
Yeah.
give him the link to Discord, I can have him join.
Our link is under the stream, so you can join whenever he
Oh,
wants.
well, that's true. That's true. I don't know.
You're both back. Usma seems to be in the state for a few more minutes, he said. So, since he is split from the group, what are you two up to?
Well,
Going to the forest, finding food for your pets?
I think we started with Wiglaf wanting to buy a nice, like, top for his bird. Meanwhile,
Yeah.
while we're, like looking around, searching for one, I guess Wiglaf's probably searching for one. Ruben's too distracted with the speech. After what feels like probably like tens and tens of minutes, he like that takes way longer than it has to. Essentially, telling Wiglaf of his woes,
Hmm.
of like he was afraid of people being interested in his cat, and people like be wanting to steal his cat or hurt his cat or something. So he's been super secretive and like scared about it.
Do you
And
ever do you ever tell Wiglaf who the person was you are talking with?
he just says the man,
The man,
Alfred,
Elfen. Okay.
the
Alright.
guy, always just
So Wiglaf has no idea who the person was you were
That's
talking
why
to.
I wrote. That's why I wrote the name out. Like, I mean, Reuben got mad at some person about his companion. Yeah, I think Wiglaf is under the impression that like they're using Reuben because he has this sort of companion, and he sort of like gets like, a little bit less respect for the Hunters Guild because of it. It could be a racist thing. It could be like a very mysterious. Like they're very much interested in like how the fuck did you get like an Elven cat sort of thing or whatever. And so
yeah. Or
um,
you might
Wiglaf,
get the impression that he's way overboard, but essentially the rundown is he was scared of people taking his cat. He met this like slightly half elf Arya the girl the first time they met, and he showed her his cat and was like, you should probably keep this hush hush. She
yeah.
went and probably told her boss,
Oh yeah, yeah.
and after which, when we went to talk to her boss, you can. This is you figuring this out after like tens
Right.
of minutes,
Yeah.
and he went and talked with her boss, and his boss was like, "Hey, I wanted to see your cat," and Druin's like,
Yeah.
"She told
Yeah.
him about the cat," and now he's
Yeah.
super upset. So
Yeah.
you can make any deduction or any
I think there's
reasoning you
an
want.
important point in Wiglaf's potential deduction is, do you say that you were talking to the guildmaster or not?
I should say that the man behind the desk, Alfred, the guy, like slightly maybe describe him after the many tens of minutes of
Okay.
this discussion.
So it's just a
Doesn't
random dude.
never
Alright.
he doesn't understand the concept of a guild master or why that's important.
Right. Right. That makes sense.
So yeah.
Yeah. So like, Wiglaf's problem would mostly be mostly with the receptionist, but also with the guildmaster, because like maybe a little bit like maybe the guildmaster might, I don't know. So that's interesting. Good thing you told me afterwards and not before I started speaking with Arya. But no, I'm not gonna be like an asshole to Arya after hearing that. But he probably would have spoken to her.
So
Okay.
yeah.
Anything
Ruin
I'll
else?
go
flies
ahead.
with
I'm back.
Hello back.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and go after my hello, hello.
Sorry, that wasn't to you. That was to Duck.
No, it's cool. I'll go after my owl. Flap,
Yeah, you can head back to the wizard's store, I guess, and ask about or you can go wherever you want. You can go to a leather worker and try to find something there. Have something custom made if you want to. Or what's your plan? How much money do you want to spend? How much time do you want to spend?
It's up to the party. Like depends on how much like a flap would be for like an accosted, like a sort of like I want Zool to be the symbol of the death god, but I also want people to know this. So like some sort of special idealization of what he is as an animal. Obviously, not very many people know about him right now, but they will eventually. So I want him to be the quintessential, animal to view, like get trinkets of like with a little owl, like on their necks, and worshiping the dead at some point in the future. That sort of thing. That's what Wiglaf is trying to do at the moment. But it's up to the other party members. Like I don't want to spend like exuberant amounts of money on like a nightgown for my owl that like has the death god symbol and stuff. Because eventually one of these days, but like something nice enough for Zula to be comfortable, but not like feel overwhelmed. Something. We have a bit of gold, and I have actually no. I just spent the last 2 silver on the last 2 silver on something. I think it's
Yeah, so you have to go grab some money and then
Yeah.
head out to the marketplace probably. And I guess you can find like a winter blanket that you
Yeah,
can throw
yeah.
over the cage. So
Yeah,
just
I'll.
buy a winter blanket.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, how much is that?
Why are you asking me questions? Oh.
Oh yeah, I mean, how much is a winter blanket? I guess I'll go into one of the. Okay, I'll go into one of the like merchant shops, just some random general store
Yeah.
for maybe blankets and groceries, whatever.
Blanket winter, it's 2 gold pieces.
Okay. Yeah. Is that cool with everybody? Spend 2 gold pieces on an owl.
You already spent
Nice.
50.
Yeah,
Sorry.
that was my gold, by the way. That was-
Oh, okay.
I meant this is community
Don't
gold.
worry
like-
about it too much. Just go
Yeah.
for it.
So I spent 2 gold on the winter. I took Ass, the donkey. I'm sorry, the mule named Donkey. Whatever. Anyway,
Oh. Donkey, the mule named Ass. That's
that's it. Donkey
how it
and mule
goes.
named Ass. That's it. And yeah, I put 2 gold on the table and asked I need something to represent the majesty of this animal, and just trying to be like super, not just.
You want a blanket or do you want something else?
2 gold is a blanket. So what's the something else? What else could I get for my?
No, you're in a store. You're handing over 2 gold pieces for a winter blanket, and then you say, "I want something that represents what." The storekeeper is kind of confused what you want from him.
Wiglaf wants an over like thing for the cage, for his cage. He pops up, Zul in the thing.
Yeah.
In view, in cage, and he's like, that's, I guess right now he just wants a winter blanket. He doesn't want anything extra until
Right.
later get more money.
Here's the winter blanket. Here's 2 gold pieces. Deal?
Deal. Thank you.
Deal. Awesome. He grabs the gold pieces and hands you the blanket and
Yeah.
kind of thinks you are stupid, but that happens.
Hey, you know what? Don't worry about it. Figure it out later. So yeah. I'll flop over the blanket for Zul during the day, and then head back out to the town and head back to Ruben. I got 2 Smars at the library.
Mm-hmm.
On my grind set.
Oh, right.
Anything else you want to do during the day, or do we check what Usma's doing in the library and then we head back to dinner?
I think Ruben would just go to the forest.
Go to the
play
forest.
With yeah, and start training with the kitty again, like he did day before.
All right. As you're heading through town and walking around, both of you give me a perception check.
V? Okay. Just roll that up. Here we go. 9. So yeah. What? 20?
Oh wow!
Oh
Nice.
my god! Yeah.
Good job. Wiglaf, you kind of how do I put this? As you go through as you leave the Hunters Guild, there's people around, and as you go through the market and buy your stuff, there's people around, and at some point you kind of out of the corner of your eye, you think that you notice that you have seen the person that's standing there the 3rd time this day.
Okay. So have they been standing within the vicinity of us? Sort of.
There's people in town, and you think this person that you have spotted at the corner of your eye as you turn, the person's not looking at you, but you seem kind of certain that you have seen this person a few times today already.
A few times, okay. I'm going to look at Ruben, pat him on the shoulder, and I'm sorry, pat him on the hip or the leg or something, and eye him, and then eye over to the direction of the person, and then nod my head to try and be very, inconspicuous. Toward the person that's possibly been seeing us. Like, let's
Okay.
go over there, that sort of thing. I don't know why like, hey, we're going over there. We're gonna go see. I'm not doing that. So, yeah. I'll tell
Okay,
them.
so you like try to like play it off as not that important.
Yeah, I tried to play it off as like I didn't see them, even though clearly been like watching us this entire time. Like it's more like I have this information. I'm letting you know like we should go over there, like nod my head in the right direction, or left
Okay,
direction.
Yeah. Ruben seems to trust you quite deeply,
Yeah.
especially after this interaction. So he follows along. What do you say?
Like Wiglaf like kind of tries to get you to see this person. You see people standing around on the marketplace, and some people are at some stands buying some food. Someone's buying a chicken. Like just like random stuff going on this marketplace.
I guess you can't see it at all.
So really, unless Wiglaf wants to describe the person or do anything else, you have no idea what he's really talking about.
What do I see in the person? Like, I guess I can you describe them, then I'll tell Ruben what they look like, and then we can both head over there, right? Or
as you're looking at this person, this seems to be a guy. It's kind of hard to tell. It's like quite a distance away. It's like 80 feet away or so.
Okay. Probably. I'll just tell Ruben, like, Ruben, we need to go and see this person. I seem to have like noticed them throughout the town. Maybe they're someone of interest.
Yeah.
Okay. So
Ruben, give me a charisma check.
Okay. 27.
Okay, so you don't at the first word like perk your head up and look at the person. I'd look around like you're confused, so you keep your cool, and you kind of trust Wiglaf and you follow him, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Well, Wiglaf, you are kind of small in this town.
Oh yeah.
You spotted this person like coming out of the store, which has like is elevated from the ground. There's some stairs going up to the storefront, and as you go down the stairs, you lose eye contact because there's people in between you. You can't see over them, so kind of fucked what comes to that.
So I saw them go downstairs, and so I have to go down the stairs after them, of course, right?
No, you are up the stairs because you're exiting the store, and as you're exiting the store, you see this person like 80 feet away from you, and then you head down the steps, and now you are hip height of the rest of the people around you, and thus cannot see them anymore. Like there's humans in between you and the person.
Do I have a sort of premonition or general generation? I'm sorry, direction.
Yeah, you know it's the guy is over there the girl who knows exactly. The person is over there at the stand looking at eggs or whatever, and you can head this direction.
Yeah, I'll try and go to the direction in which I saw the person 8 feet away.
Yeah.
With Ruben, of course.
Yeah, it's probably Ruben's been following you the entire way because Ruben would instantly get lost in any city. So he's been following, like grabbing onto you the entire way.
Fools following fools, right? Yeah, let's go.
So you head over where you saw this person, and as you arrive at the stand, looking at the same eggs the person has looked at, the person's not there anymore.
Are there any alleyways or crosswalks or like anywhere like they could have went?
It's a market square. Could have just left the stand and turned somewhere else, and you can't see them anymore because you are too small.
Yeah. Fuck. That I told Ruben. Okay. I'll tell Ruben, like, I'll try and describe to the best of my ability to what I thought I saw. That was what I had been seeing throughout the day to him. I guess it'd be history check or something, but I saw someone, Ruben. They were right here. 80, they seem to have left. I can't see amongst all of these humans in the way. They're far too large. But they seem to have been, here in this particular moment, this position, since we've been, here in the town. I don't know where they went. Do you think you might have seen them?
I'm assuming I haven't.
Probably not, right?
Nah. You don't even know what Wiglaf was talking about. You just followed him.
Yeah. Yeah. Ruben's kind of like, you think? I'm still like I'm assuming to talk to you normally. I'm like crouched down, essentially at like a high level, at your like
Yeah.
face level, and like essentially what we're whispering because I'm so close. I'm like,
People are looking at you kind of strange, but go ahead.
yeah. Well, how else am I gonna fucking talk to a dwarf? You know?
Yeah.
Guys, Ruben, I don't think really cares that much.
Yeah.
Uh,
People
Yeah.
looking at you strange all the time, so that's just a
Exactly.
normal Sunday for you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wait, isn't it Monday now?
Oh, it's Monday. True. I knew that something was wrong in my calendar. It's Monday, yeah.
So Ruben's like immediately connecting that to his negative experience that he just went through. Is like whispering even closer now. Do you think it was a one of the men and one of the uh, underlings, as you say, of the man we talked to at the Hunters Guild? Do you think it was one of these underlings that was sent to follow us?
I have no idea, but maybe they left something where they were standing. Maybe we could look around the area. Maybe they dropped something. Can I look around and see if I can find something along where this person might had been before I lost sight of them? Like maybe cigarette butts. I don't know if they smoked cigarettes back in the medieval time, or like some sort of like I don't know footprint of some sort. Maybe they left some. I don't know something like that. Something to investigate.
Yeah,
I
you
guess
find
Ruben will
a
try
lot of
again.
footprints.
Fuck.
There's
Yeah. Go ahead.
what? How many people in this town?
Oh God. Yeah. Good. I mean, like,
Was the person or like the location Wiglaf is describing pointed to? Whatever. Is that like on a road where lots of people are walking, or
You're
is
on the
that
market
like
square, yeah.
okay?
yeah, so it's like in between the market. Like, lots of people are probably like trafficking through that area. But like, there's probably no way I'd be able to like find that person if I, like he said, step down from the market from the owl place to get from the blanket and to see what I'm looking at. I have to just literally go to that exit. They could just be anywhere, 80 feet away.
Yeah.
So Wiglaf saw someone just standing in the middle of a crowd of people.
Seemingly paying attention to us. I think.
No,
Yeah.
no. You saw the
Oh.
person. The person was not paying attention to you.
Oh.
The person was looking at the X at the stand that you're before right now. But you're sure that you have seen this person like a few times already today.
Oh. I guess I can talk to the stand, like the person, the merchants, like whoever that is, like that's selling wares there, right?
Yeah.
It's 80 feet. How many seconds is 80 feet? Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and tap on the merchant's stand. I'm a dwarf. Try to get their attention.
Do you want to buy some eggs? I have the best eggs in town.
Male, female?
It's a woman.
Oh,
Clearly
excuse
a
me,
woman.
Ma'am. Well, ma'am, please, pardon my interruption. Was there a person here, not too long ago, trying to buy eggs? Oh God, that feels very vague. Someone.
I'm running a market stand for selling eggs. There's always persons here trying to buy eggs. Are you trying to buy eggs? Because if not, I would prefer to talk to real customers.
What eggs do you sell? As Reuven tries to be productive in a social situation. What
Chicken
big
eggs.
eggs do you sell?
Chicken eggs.
chicken. How where are they? Uh, Naturally taken, or is it one of your human things? It is, as you say, free nature, free farming.
We have a magical egg laying chicken at our house that lays eggs every 10 seconds. That's how we make our eggs. What the fuck are you talking about, Mr. Elf? Please, can you give me my stand back so I can talk to customers? Thank you. And she kind of tries to ignore you.
Yeah, Reuben walks away with this rude human.
My,
Or
I
humans.
feel, I feel
Goddamn
like
humans.
Wiglaf is just wasting money at this point. Wiglaf wants to buy one magical chicken egg, or one egg from the magical chicken. I mean, I guess it. God, how much is that?
Are you asking? I want to buy one magical chicken egg.
God,
She's totally going to sell you a magical chicken egg if you want to buy one.
Oh, of course. No, never mind.
It's one gold piece. It's magical.
Yeah, no. Oh my God, this sucks. I should. Can I? Can I have some sort of check to try to see if I can describe the person I was looking at? But then it's too late. It's too late.
It's too late. The person's not talking with you anymore. Unless you want to buy dozen eggs.
Magical chicken. Okay. Fuck. Wiglaf is very upset. very frustrated. He's going to just walk away and, just flabbergasted. Like, ugh, Reuben. God. Oh, my lord. We didn't find them. Damn it. They got away. Whoever they might have been.
Well, I'm again like crouching down next to you, like semi-whispering. Uh, but how do we know that they went away? Maybe they are still somewhere looking at us, being stealthy.
I can't see anyone hip high, so I don't know what you're talking about. Even if I tried to look for something, I wouldn't be able to find them.
How about we go somewhere where it is easier to spot them? Maybe.
Wait, Reuben, how tall are you?
He's an elf. He's small as well.
Like how small are we talking about? Like, what's his height? Like, average for an elf.
What's the average male height?
For an elf? Didn't you roll it? Is it not on your character sheet?
I think I rolled it.
Check your character sheet.
I didn't roll it.
Oh, you didn't roll.
Oh.
I thought I rolled it. That's the average height and weight. Elf. It's 55 plus 1d10.
Like for
55
feet?
what? Centimeters?
Inches, sorry.
Oh, inches, okay.
What even is that?
So
Yeah,
12
just roll
inches,
55
12,
plus 10 and then divide it to
28.
12. Yeah.
So what do I roll?
55, just roll a d10.
4 feet and 6 inches.
Just rolling the d10. Let's go.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah, no.
3. So you're 58 inches tall, which is
That's
12,
50,
24.
60. So you're just under 5 feet.
Yeah.
Just under 2 inches.
Yeah, I'm pretty short.
How much can? So I'm gonna take my armor off because I'm sure I'm wearing it, like right in the middle of the merchant. So I'm gonna try and use that. Oh God, it's gonna take too much more. Reuben, no, I'm not taking it off. Reuben, pick me up, put me on your shoulders.
I just do like a quick estimate of you, and I think I could do that, DM. I should try
Probably, yeah. We're not going to be able to walk around much, but lift him up
Right.
you can do.
do you like look at me like with intent that this is like a good plan of yours that you want to do, or like how are you like phrasing this? Big laugh. How are you like presenting?
I kind of want to use you as a mount. So like once you get down on like all fours and kind of like lift me up, like I'm on your shoulders, and you lift me up, and I'm just higher than probably most people in the crowd, maybe even higher. And so I want to try and see if I can scan the area, if I can see that person again, like where we went from the 80 feet from where we were to where we are. I'm like, just pick me up. I want to see if I can find them where they went, if I can see them at all.
Okay. But how do you like present this in character? How do you tell Reuven this? You just say, okay, squat down. I need to be on top of you.
Reuben, hoist me up on one of your shoulders. If you can't do it, then both of your shoulders.
I don't understand why, but of course, brother, of course. And then like he stands, takes like a knee, I guess, or both knees, and lets you climb on top.
What's your max press?
How do I calculate that?
What's
Is
your
that like
strength?
Right.
Oh, it's on your
the
character
strength.
sheet. You can look it up.
13 max press of 140.
140. Yeah. It's gonna be rough. How much does Wiglaf weigh with his equipment on?
My strength is 140. Oh, with my armor on,
Your weight.
I have. Oh, my weight is 48 pounds, which is what I have on me. And plus my weight is. Do I have that? I don't have
Oh,
that.
it's at least 134 pounds, so there's
Yeah.
no way you get him up.
God damn. Oh my.
So Reuven like get down, you get on top, and he like attempts, and he's like, like power squashing, just attempting. There's like a vein on his forehead pops. He's like,
Struggle is real.
Good go. But
Yeah.
I'm guessing he's ultimately just.
It's not
And then just-
working. Dwarf's too fat.
Yeah.
Just fucking hell. Oh man. No, Reuben, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. We lost them.
By now there has been like a small crowd around you, looking at you, like looking at the spectacle of the elf and the dwarf doing strange things in the middle of the marketplace.
Apologize.
Is it like the circus in town or something? Maybe, who knows?
Apologize,
If the
people.
gnome were here as well, then this would be the circus, definitely.
The act has not been completed. Apparently, we have not crossed that threshold of, completion. We thought we could do it today, but it's not working. Go back to your homes or wherever you were doing, whatever you were doing. We are sorry. Carry on. So I'm just gonna walk off with Reuben, or try to anyway. with Zool. Wait. No, I can't do it. I can't use Zool. Fuck.
Alright. So the spectacle in the marketplace has come to an end, and you head out to the forest now to do forest stuff, I guess.
Yeah, I'll go with Reuben to the forest.
Alright.
But we'll keep mind that there might be someone following us.
Yeah.
And once we hit the forest, I feel like Ruin's gonna have a bit more like perception, in a more general term of like being able to see if someone's following him. I hope.
Yeah, I mean, once you leave the town, this would be pretty obvious if somebody's following you. You don't spot anyone following you out of the town. And you can spend time in the forest training Kitty, having Kitty find some food if it wants to. Let's roll a hunting check for Kitty.
Duel with searching.
We have like a double date.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
on
Yeah.
double training date. Yeah.
You train the owl, I train the kitty.
Yeah.
Some training.
I wonder if they get along. If Zool and the kitty get along. Maybe not. I don't know. Maybe not.
The cat seems to be uninterested in the owl, and the owl seems to be uninterested in the cat.
Oh, right, yeah. I figured the cat would be like, hunt bird?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Hunt bird game.
Yeah.
Hunt bird, yes! Yes.
Kitty is playing the hunt bird game, but it's not hunting the big bird, it's hunting like smaller birds.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's enough smaller birds around, so.
Yeah. To like reiterate or make sure, Azul isn't an owl. it's a fucking massive owl. That's
Yeah,
like
it's the normal forest owl. They are
okay,
kind of
really?
big, but
Okay.
it's not a giant owl. No.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's not like a northwestern American owl or something. So like those things get up to like 4 feet tall.
Wait,
But like
what?
this is like
Wigglytuff has a Pegasus?
no, no. Like he has an owl. It's just like a regular forest owl, which is roughly 2.5 feet tall.
Oh,
Okay.
wait, is this Wigglytuff's pet?
No, no, no. That's the Griffith.
No.
Griffin. Sorry, that Reuben found, I believe it was.
That's one of the
Good joke.
goals.
You're fucking with me. You're fucking with me right now.
Okay, alright. So you are on your adventure out in the forest, and Usma is on his adventure in the library. What
Hey,
you looking for?
Let's do
I'm
it.
looking for books on like local lore in Llobet,
Hmm.
wood stuff. If there's any like stories passed on. I'm looking for information on thornslingers. I'm looking for information on centaurs, and I'm skimming most of these books because I don't got fucking time.
Hmm.
But for the centaur things, I'm looking for like everything's like a lot of stuff centaur related, like centaurs, centaur living areas, other notes about the living areas, and not just like centaurs specifically, but
Yeah,
stuff
give me
about their habitats.
a single d20 and then an int check.
What's my int? All right,
Your int is 18.
Peru.
Nice.
Alright, so you are trying to find books, and you find books pretty quickly, and unfortunately kind of quickly find out that these are not the perfect books you're looking for. You get some general informations about like, what's the first thing you find? The first thing you find is like a book about it's like probably some it's like a bachelor thesis written about Centaur society by one of the wizard school graduates.
Nice.
It's easy to read. You question the validity of the information because it's a bachelor thesis, but you get some general idea that centaurs live in the western part of Llobet Forest, and they keep all the riffraff out of the forest, so there's no goblins, kobolds, orcs, nothing like this can stand up to these centaurs. They seem to be restricted to the western side of the forest. It's not clear why, but it just seems to be like this. They leave the humans alone most of the time. If one of the carriers, one of the smaller traveling caravans, basically like a group of traders or so, they are going from Llobet to one of the outer towns, comes by them, they will try to trade with them, and it's more like it's hard to say no when there's a group of centaurs around you and they want to trade with you. But most of the time people get through there unmolested. They live somewhere in the forest, supposedly straight to southwest of Llobet, somewhere in between Llobet and the edge of the forest. They usually live in glades, or some area without too many trees. They keep their area clean.
This is this guy's bachelor thesis. God, what a shit ass thesis.
True.
Alright.
Yeah.
Any
So-
information on? Sorry, is there more?
Yeah, I would go on and say some things about how centaurs think elves are superior to all the other humanoid races, so they they think elves are something special. That's why they try to talk with elves instead of just grunting at them that they want to buy their booze or stuff. Also, they like to drink alcohol, but also when they drink alcohol, they become a bit more chaotic than they usually are. And having a center in your bar usually leads to a bar fight. Put it like this.
That sounds like a good time. Made it
Yeah.
better.
That's centaurs.
That's centers, yeah. And then you also stumble about some, it's like a book about magically corrupted or changed plants. And in this book, you will find a chapter about Fawnslingers.
So it's magical corruption. Sorry, I'm not there. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's some plant that has been infused with magic, and when you get too close, then you will get Fawnslinged. That's basically what it is.
That's all the information on them.
Yeah, the book is not. It's like a description of magically enhanced or corrupted or confused plants.
How long has this taken me to read these things?
The reading part's not the hard part. The finding the right books
Finding.
part is the hard part.
Sure.
Yeah. So
How
you
long is
have
this?
like maybe one more other thing that you can look up for the day.
All right, I want to look up fairy dragons.
Fairy dragons. Okay. You will
Oh, and-
actually. Yeah.
Sorry. If I happen to find like a random book on Red Rachel, I'll pick that up, but I'm not looking for that.
Red Rachel, that is a contemporary creature. It's probably not a book about her.
Yeah, so I assume not. But if like by some random chance like I stumble upon it, I'll
No, you
pick it up.
don't find anything interesting about bandits in this library. Yeah, so the books that you're looking through. You will actually find a book that describes fairy dragons. To be precise, you find a book that describes creatures, and in this book you find a description of a creature that is a tiny dragonoid with butterfly wings, and also that they are mostly benign but also mischievous creatures. They like to troll around, and yeah, like that's the general description. Like they look approximately like this, and they tend to be invisible, and they have weird spellcasting abilities, and they are trolls, basically.
Does it note what different kind of spells they're known to cast?
No. Just like the general description of like things that have been, how do I put this? Nobody has ever been fireballed by a fairy dragon.
You're good.
If this is a book on all monsters that has a fairy dragon thing, does it have anything about centaurs that the bachelor's thesis didn't?
No. This is a book about exotic creatures.
Okay, does it have anything on rock golems or elementals?
Ooh, yeah.
No.
Does it have anything on Elven Cats?
Yes.
Okay, I want to read that.
You now know that elven cats are probably magically altered cats that lived long time with elves and thereby have been slightly changed. They have innate spellcasting abilities, including changing their size and a limited version of ESP. Also, they like to play in water. If you haven't catched onto this information by now.
Does the book have anything on Dryads?
Yes. There is Dryads. They are strange creatures. They seem to be bound to the forest they live in some way, shape, or form. They have some also some spellcasting abilities, including things like Goodberry and also the ability to teleport through trees.
Are they
Teleport
considered-
through trees?
Yeah, like stepping into a tree and exiting at a different tree.
Are they considered Treants or humanoids or creatures? Oh, sorry, I'm not. God, sorry, I'm sorry.
Quick question. Can I open the Monsters Manual and scroll through the names and see if I find something interesting that I want to read about in the book?
I can give you something interesting you would find
Okay,
in the book. It's
I'll
probably
look
easier.
I'll look through the table of contents and see if there's
Yeah.
anything that sounds like super cool.
Super cool. So there is this super cool thing that's called referred to as a what's the fucking name again? A sinister. These seem to be like some sort of magical giant bat-like creatures that float in the air. They are shaped like more like a stingray shape.
Oh, like those bugs, right? Like maybe that's right.
Does Usmar know about those?
No, he
Did we
doesn't.
wake us
No, probably
right? I know. I think
No,
Reuben.
Ruben did
Oh.
tell me, but he was kind of tired. So maybe when I'm reading this, I'm like, oh, I wonder if this is what Ruben saw.
Yeah.
But he wasn't super like enthusiastic about the explanation.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's something you will find in the Treants.
Wait, is there no other information about the Sinisters other than their magical?
Or there would also be information in there that they are completely silent.
Silent.
They must communicate with each other because they always like if there's more than one, they will move in unison basically, or like they don't randomly fly into each other or things like this. They seem to be talking with each other if you pay attention to them. They are somewhat attracted to music. And
Is there anything about if they're like Pacific? What's the word?
pacifist.
Passive? Yeah, pacifist.
No, they are omnivores and they hunt.
Yours and Jesus Christ, you could have died.
Well, I mean, they're omnivores. We may have died. So,
They have
Senators, that's interesting.
spellcasting abilities and they use them if they for hunting. And
We can make friends with senators. That'd be great.
yeah.
Oh no, let's speak to beasts. No.
What else do you get?
I feel like I should be writing this stuff down because this is we smart information and not we glop information. But I don't know how to game verse.
I'm writing it down.
Yeah. Treants, we already touched Treants.
Wait, did we?
No, I said the book talks about Treants. You want to know things about Treants?
Oh yeah,
From the
since we're
book.
since we're in woods.
We're back.
You will get general understanding that some of the trees seem to be alive, and they can also cast some like how do I put this? They can extend their consciousness to other trees around them and uproot them, which then become more trees that are alive, but they are not treants. They are very aggressive towards anybody who tries to burn down trees or has access. Yeah.
Do they just generally hate wizards out of the fear of fireballs?
No.
Or
It does not say anything in the book.
okay.
There's a section about unicorns.
Oh, I want to read that. Hell yes.
Well, unicorns are rarely seen. They have a magical horn. If you get attacked by a unicorn, you're probably dead. The horn is used in creating potions.
I'm back.
Also, it helps against poison. And yeah,
Do we want to roll a dice on how much time I have left?
I think you can get the information about this the same amount of time that I need to read it to you. Like,
Okay.
there's just looking at
Awesome.
useless information in the book as well.
Yeah.
So,
Anything else?
is there anything specific you're looking for?
Is there anything specific that I'm looking for? Um,
Bug?
I guess I'll double check for hedgehogs if the. No wait, did I? No, cause cause
It's all
Hancock,
bears, right?
Hancock told me, even if I didn't hear about them from Ruben. So I want to see if there's anything about enlarging hedgehogs, or if that enlarge is casted by someone else.
The information about hedgehogs in the book is there seem to not be any magical hedgehogs according to
Okay.
this book.
So I'm gonna.
It just
presume
describes
that-
normal hedgehogs.
Yeah, so I'm gonna presume that enlarge is casted by someone else.
Hmm.
Anything else? Is there any monsters that we've heard of on our stories? Or on our travels?
Goblins, hobgoblins, kobolds, orcs.
Oh yeah, if it has anything on kobolds.
Kobolds are tiny creatures that are stupid, and if you kill the half of them, the rest of them will run away most of the time. They sometimes have a shaman or druid with them.
Does it have anything on giants?
No. This is more like creatures that you encounter in this forest, exotic creatures that have been spotted around Llobet.
Do I see any interesting like avian creatures? Any birds that are like super cool?
No, just normal birds.
Oh, that's information. All birds are normal.
Until they are not normal anymore.
Oh. No,
Yeah,
they're
like
all
those hedgehogs in their crazy magical ability to immerse themselves.
Is there any animal that is somehow seems like related to roots? I know there were treants that are like tree creatures, but is there like a is there
Like creatures.
like some sort of I don't, because I guess I couldn't read this from the name if I'm just skimming through the table of contents. So maybe this is not a good question. I need to think about what names would sound interesting. Oh, I flipped through the book. This might take a little bit longer than just reading the table of contents. But I flipped through the book if I see anything, any animals that like burrow underground, any like magical animals.
I mean, there's the gophers.
Yeah, are they magical?
No, they're not magical. Just normal gophers. The only like other really strange creature you, as you flip through the book, like you stumble across the picture of an owl bear.
Jesus.
They look
Does it say,
kind of weird. So,
does it say anything about them?
yes, they
Are
are
they
extremely
in the
aggressive. They are huge, and they are murdering everything that they see. Usually,
Does it say anything about their location or their habitats?
no. They are
What? Fuck.
rarely ever seen. Like, there cannot be a large amount of owlbears around. They are uncommon in the forest. They're uncommon in Llobet. They
Oh,
have
wow.
been spotted in Llobet at points in time. That's why they're in this book. But
Mm.
Could be around here, maybe.
Um,
there's also normal bears, and wolves, horses.
horses
Yeah.
in the forest.
Yeah.
All right, I want to read about them.
It's just horses, wild horses.
Wild horses.
Hmm.
Can I think of anything else? What about, is there anything that isn't a creature that I would be interested in? Did I already read about thorn stingers? Yeah,
Yes.
there wasn't a lot. It was just infused with magic.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, was there anything else in the Magically Corrupted Plants book?
Sure.
Okay. I'll go back to reading that, try to find anything other than thorn stingers.
Okay. This book is just a general book about magical plants.
Are they, if I look into the table of contents, is it sorted by, are they sorted by region, or are they like alphabetically
Oh no,
sorted?
they are just sorted alphabetically,
Fuck.
and then you would have to look at the plant and look the description, and
How big is the book?
it's a big book.
600 pages?
No, but would take you quite a while to like read the information if you're just like scrolling through it and looking at like descriptions, like pictures of the plants or things like this. So then you can go through it quickly. But
Sure, I'll go through it, and if there's like a standard spot for location or habitat location, I'll look there. If there's not, I'll look at the picture and try to deduce if that could be in this region.
well, there's the obvious things that you see by the picture. When something looks slightly like a tree, then you would expect it to be in a forest.
Yeah, sure. I
Yeah.
guess I look at those. There's no, I can't think of like a good filtering method.
No. So the first thing you will find is
Oh, no, wait. I do find the filtering method. Are there like librarians in this library?
none that you can see.
Fuck. Is there like anyone else in the library? I don't want to go talk to like a dumb fucking student.
Not right now.
They might have more information than you do. You've only just arrived.
The only person you know that must be somewhere around is the person who approached you as you entered the building.
Yeah, but he was a guard, right?
No. There were guards, but the person who approached you was not a guard.
Oh, well, yeah, but they're probably on duty, right? They're probably approaching other people or some shit.
Well, they aren't guards. They're just maybe they're.
Well, when they approached me, they were like stationed there, right?
They were in the entrance hall, yeah.
Yeah.
The description of you entering was not in any way, shape, or form that I assume that I have to give you information about what was going on as you entered. You just stormed in and walked somewhere, and then somebody approached you.
Yep.
Yeah.
As these
As usual.
Yeah, I can't think of a filtering method, so I guess I just start skimming through. I flip through until I see like a relevant picture, which is probably going to be like most of the plants, and then I skim through the description to try to find like a location. If it piques my interest, I read more.
Yeah, I think like the first thing that will pique your interest is the Hangman Tree. It talks about a tree that has the can it move? No. The tree he has somehow it obscures its existence when you get close to it. People believe that it's a normal tree, and it has these noose-like veins, and it just tries to get them over your head and strangle you, basically.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Is it known to only
Gonna
strangle people, or does it also like catch animals like this? Is there anything about like why it behaves?
It catches everything that is moving around.
Okay.
It's gotta
It's
eat.
like a, so it's like a D&D Venus flytrap,
Yeah.
except not only. Wait, Venus flytraps only kill insects, right?
They are tiny, so
You're
yeah.
small enough to get into the Venus flytrap, yeah. It might grab
There
your
was-
finger, but it won't.
They
fit.
trap anything that falls into the trap.
Yeah.
Which is
But
mostly the lure is made for insects.
yeah.
Yeah.
I
Alright.
mean, there's these large these tub-like meat-eating plants. They eat rats and stuff like this. Everything that just falls in gets eaten or like gets digested. But yeah.
Right. Anything other than hangman trees?
Garlic pit.
There's also the description of this maybe catches your name because it has a really strange name, the yellow musk creeper.
The what?
Yellow
musk?
musk creeper.
Ooh.
Right. What's the
Like
information
Elon
on
Musk,
yellow?
but yellow musk.
Okay, what does it say?
It drains the intelligence of humans.
Jesus Christ!
Yeah. They are
What do,
kind
what
of
do they look
easy
like?
to see because they have these bright yellow flowers. And then when somebody gets close enough, they throw their pollen out. And if you fail, then you get charmed into doing something really stupid, which is putting your head into the flower, and then they will drain your intelligence. And once you have been drained, you will become a zombie.
Jesus. Is there, are there examples of this happening?
There must be, because there's a book about them.
No, but like on the, like if I'm reading the thing, does it give like an example of, like for instance, this one time, the owl flew over it? Does it say anything? Because
No.
you can't drain too much intelligence out of fucking animals.
Yeah.
Does it specifically say drain intelligence?
1 or 2 or 4 or 5 or something.
Yeah,
Does
it
it, like-
drains your intelligence, and then you either die or you become a zombie. Yeah.
And it's presumed that the plant gains the intelligence that drains?
No.
Okay. Okay, it's less weird then, but it's still bad.
Yes, true.
Alright, next plant.
I think that's like about as far as you get with like the yellow musk creeper. Like really catches your interest, and you try to read a lot about it so you don't get accidentally intelligence drained by a plant, which would be kind of a sad end.
Yeah, Llobet is fucking dangerous.
Fuck Llobet.
I mean, it doesn't say that these plants are in Llobet.
Oh
Just-
yeah, what does it say about their location?
It does not say much about their location, just
They're easy to
in
spot.
forest or subterranean.
Mm.
It's like a climbing plant, like yeah.
Interesting. And did you say that that's gonna be my day, or am I gonna find something else still?
I think that's your day in the library. Like,
Alright, well that was pretty good. That was quite a lot.
Yeah.
all right, it's dinner time.
Dinner time.
Eating my shit. Yeah,
So
I'm just
you
gonna-
head out of the library, and as you head out, give me a perception check. This will be fun.
Wait, just to be clear, I'm staying in the library until the sun is going down, and then I'm gonna
Yeah.
head straight to Mercurio.
You're heading straight back to the tavern to pick up the
Oh
rest
yeah,
of your
yeah,
party.
I'll pick up. Yeah. Reception check. That's a pass.
You
If you had
don't
five.
see anything interesting as you enter the library. Why
Good.
would there be anything
Oh,
interesting?
And also, I scribbled all of my shit on the papers that I bought. How many papers did that take?
How good are you at note keeping?
I'm really fucking good. The notes on the notes that I took on my Google Doc are less than 1 page,
Yeah,
or
so
like a little
2
bit more.
pages.
Okay.
Party meets up back at the tavern. At the
Yo,
Amen.
The dwarf and the elf are like covered in sweat and grime and dirt, mud,
You have
leaves.
access to a bathhouse, okay? You can just clean
oh
yourselves.
yeah, oh yeah.
Ruin's
Also-
fine with this. Ruin's really feeling much better after.
Well,
Did we
Kitty
have a
wants
good
to go
night?
bath, so
Oh, Kitty wants to go bath?
yeah, most
Okay.
definitely.
Then we go take a bath.
Yeah,
Put your back
I'll
together.
also bathe because I want to be clean for my
yeah.
interview.
Yeah, Bob is
Um,
gonna go bathe, of course. He's been in armor all day.
Yeah.
Is Corfin here?
Coffin is also back, or yeah. So
Yeah, I suggest he join us.
yeah, you can have a group bathing session. There is 4 bathtubs, as we know, so everybody can have his own.
Amen.
Let's just grab you all and bring you to the honeypot. So I know what's going on. Where are you all? You're all up here. That's
Oh, I'm in my room. Hold on.
how do you don't move yourself. I have to move you.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, now you're stuck. Good job, Osma. So there you go. So you can jump into the bathroom.
Oh, can I do it? I can.
Yeah.
I got dibs on the best one.
Yeah. Yep, that up. Coffin also jumps into the top. Maybe let's grab stream and show stream or something as well. Yeah. What did I want to say? Yeah, Coffin comes back with like really only tiny amounts of information. Basically, the guild has not really dealt much with Mercurio. They don't really offer anything that he's particularly interested in. She like got some, let's just say, negative opinion about him.
Why?
Because he's not part of any guild, so the guilds will have a negative opinion about him probably.
Fucking losers.
Yeah. Also, the slight concern that the Commoners Council is living with him.
Oh, true.
This is kind of an issue for the guilds because they don't know how much influence he has.
Yeah.
None of the guilds want to have their influence rivaled by someone, so yeah.
Of course.
Yeah.
Unaffiliated.
Yeah, unaffiliated is really strange. Let's see, has enough time. How much time has passed? Just probably not. No. Is there in fact someone who can do this or not? Let me double check. Huh.
I don't have any spells available.
I have an anatomy proficiency, just remember that.
No.
I'm confused. What's
What?
going on?
We head
I'm
back after we.
talking about something completely uninteresting to you. Just
Cool.
might some information that you're getting today, but it seems like you're not getting it today, no? Nope.
Like,
No information coming in.
Charles.
Yeah, so nothing interesting happening. I have told you that the mining operation is going back up, right?
Yep.
That they
Yes.
have left already. Mm-hmm.
Did we know how long it'll take them, or it's like?
It takes them a few days to get over there, and they are planning to start working tomorrow. Today, sorry. Today's Monday, yeah. Right, how much is 1, 2, 3? This would be the 4th day. Does this work out? 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, yeah, this works out. So the last information that Coffin also got as he was leaving is the fact that there has been a unusually large attack at the gate.
We haven't even been up there at all.
From the insects a few days ago.
Oh God.
What is the scale of unusually here?
There's always insects around, and there's always something to shoot at from the gate if you want to. And then there's these strange times where they have more of a effort. It seems like there's some of the larger insects there as well. There's some of the you have not really an understanding of what that means.
True.
It was big enough that it's got spread through the kingdom, and it's probably going to lead to some drafting in the military guild, most likely. Some of the groups will be sent over there. Yeah.
Would I know unusual bug attacks on the gate as opposed to like your regular skirmishes between,
Yeah,
like-
you would know that this means there has been a few rhinos running against the gate. Also, some Ant-Man commanders have been around. Maybe some spooks.
So it's okay. So it's okay. Trying to force
It's like not just the normal animal, not the normal insects that always roam around there, because they just roam around. But some of the big ones have found their way there and try to make something happen.
Okay. All right.
Nobody really understands why this happens.
Yeah.
Just every once in a while. A long time ago, one of these attacks, after some mismanagement of the gate, has led to a break in the gate, and some of the insects have spilled into the kingdom, but they have been repelled by the effort of the guildmaster himself back at the time. Pod Bream is named after this person. He died.
Yeah. I would probably.
Wait, how long have the insects been a thing for this kingdom?
Since always, basically. Like, there's the stories of the old times where things were different. But we also have like stories of the Garden Eden, so who knows if this is true stories or not.
Yeah.
I mean, there's also stories about about the gods interfering with the humans and granting wishes, but this has been commonly thought of as fairy tales. It still is commonly thought of as fairy tales, and yeah.
Okay.
I guess we have a nice time bathing.
Yeah.
We're not
Probably.
waiting for too long though, right?
I mean, you have to arrive after sundown, so
Yeah, but I was specifically studying at the library such that there wouldn't be so much time between.
yeah. You head home once the sun goes down, and then you bathe, brush your clothes out, grab something to eat, and then it's probably time to head out, which would be like 8 o'clock, something like this.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Anything else you want to do in the tavern before we leave?
Is anyone like in the main area of the tavern after we bathe?
There's a few people around, yeah.
Is there
There's
Tanner?
always a few people. No, Tanner's not here.
Who is in the tavern right now? Like, patrons, getting drunk, or just important people? Maybe they're.
It's hard to say. It's usually a few people who stay here. Maybe some guild people who have traveled here for doing something, and they stay in a nice tavern because they have enough money. Some locals who are just here for taking a bath and then getting some drinks.
I'm going to walk to the locals wherever they are in the bar.
There's not really like locals in the sense. There's like
Oh.
some. Every person here has the ability to pay a gold piece for just sitting on a nice chair, taking a shower, and drinking a beer. So it's not like common people are around in here.
Well, whoever is the least common person that could barely afford this place, I'll talk to them.
Let's see. There's a guy here. He has the. Oh no, he definitely does not have the military security emblem on him. Actually, he has. Let's see. I can roll this shit. This is easy. 1. What's 1? 1 is the bad number. Doesn't work out. Well, it does work out. Oh no, this would be not a person who looks like he can barely afford this place.
Boy, talk to them.
You talk to the first person you find?
The person that can barely afford the place.
Oh no, the first person you find definitely can afford this place.
Well, the first person that I can find that cannot afford this place,
Okay.
or mostly cannot.
Yeah, it looks like kind of out of place. The first person you will find is actually someone from the Forester and Woodworkers Guild, which is kind of odd because you are in Llobet, which is the place where they have their headquarters, right?
Mm-hmm.
You want to talk with this person?
Yes, I will. Yeah.
Yeah. Talk to him.
Oh, were there? Pardon me.
Yeah.
Hello, my name is Wigloff, and I am new to the town here recently.
Well,
I was wondering, how are your troubles here in the town? Do you have any issues you need to deal with, or anything you want to talk about? Any complaints?
complaints? Well, right now I would complain that I was sitting here enjoying my evening and then a random dude shows up and asks me about my complaints. It's probably my biggest complaint at the moment.
I understand your frustration. I'm only trying
Do you?
to get along with the. Go ahead.
You know, sometimes it's really hard to get your message across, and I'm so glad to hear that you understand my problem.
Alrighty, I'll just walk away then.
Thank you a lot for listening.
Yeah, you know what? I get points. All right. I'm gonna walk to another table if he doesn't want me to talk to him. All right. I'm just trying to get with the local populace. All right. I'm trying to be nice with the.
Yeah, sure. Backfire happens. I mean, you have to try
Before
again.
we leave, or like when we're like about to leave, I'm gonna go drop off 5 gold to the tavern keep for our rooms.
Yeah.
1 gold tip.
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, you probably paid 4 gold pieces when you came in again, so
I'm not exactly sure.
yeah. Let's ignore this question.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you can head out to meet Jule.
Jesus Christ. I'm so nervous.
On you.
You should be. Let's see, do I have anything better than tavern to put us on? I don't think so.
We're back. Hold on.
I'll just leave us in the tavern for this conversation.
Oh, but are we now, like, should we consider ourselves to be in the manor?
Yeah, you are going there, just putting all of you across around the table, around this
Perfect.
thing in the middle. This thing in the middle is actually not a carpet, it's a stage. There's a carpet on the stage, but as you can see, there's a shadow around it.
True.
Do you want to take another 5-minute break?
Sure.
Before we head into
Sure.
the dangerous part of the evening?
Oh boy.
It's not dangerous, it's just kind of scary, okay?
Just
Must
gonna
get us all killed again.
switch
Walking
the
in
music.
What do you
Sounds
mean?
like
How can I
again.
get us all killed again? How is that even possible? If I got us all killed, we'd be dead. There's no such thing as get us all killed again, okay? So just
Sure.
chill out. We're gonna handle this. We're gonna get magical weapons, and we're gonna, conquer the East.
Sounds like a
Okay.
plan.
Hold on.
So, be
We're
right
back.
back.
Yep.
Ooh.
Heyo.
Hello,
Hello.
hello, I'm back. Oh man, I thought going to the lowest of the upper class in this bar would be a good idea to just get to know them, but no, they're like get out of here. So there we go.
Well, maybe your approach wasn't the best.
Hey, Legalop is not a very social man. No, that's
Could have been better. You could have asked him, so, what's your opinion about death?
Yeah, I could
You
just
really
walk in
like
with-
it? I think death's really cool.
Death is great sort of thing. Yeah. I thought at first like, maybe I should buy them a beer and then walk up like, hey, friend. But I don't. Maybe let's just grab my beer and be like, fuck off. I could ask my deity. Well, I can't do that every night. It's like all omen reading stuff, right? That I don't have. Oh wait, I'm like level whatever I get omen reading.
3.
What's the difference between asking your god for something and then omen reading? I guess there's the same thing, right? Like that's. I don't even know. I don't know how the mechanics of 2E.
Omen reading, you always get an answer.
Oh, I feel like that's a bit forceful. I'm probably okay.
If the answer is correct or garbage or not, this is something completely different. Reaching out to your deity in prayer, if your deity has better things to do, then you're not getting an answer.
Yeah, really. Yeah.
Like omen reading is has less to do with interacting with your deity. Okay. Somebody's excited to die.
Oh yeah.
Wait, this is actually so. Why are you putting spooky? So, firstly, this is chill. Can you chill with the spooky music?
Because you don't know how it is.
Smart.
You're not
You're
there.
not setting you're doing the setting wrong.
I'm doing the setting exactly how I want to do the setting, okay?
You're just trying to play into our paranoia, and there was no paranoia for me to play into.
Okay, it's fine.
So it just feels weird, you know?
Yeah, that's the plan. Alright, so are we ready?
Yes.
Ready to rumble.
So.
So who's going?
I think I'll probably be leading the party. If
All 4 of
everyone
you?
else-
Or
Yeah, all 4 of us.
Yeah.
Actually, wait. Before we go, I want to pull Corfin aside and say, hey, you might wanna not have that stone with you. That it might be that they want it and they want it really bad. And assuming that that's something that you want to keep, might want to leave it somewhere. If
that
it's too
sounds
important.
like a good idea.
Yeah.
Coffin will leave up to his room and return shortly afterwards.
Awesome.
Reuven is coming,
ready?
Kitty is coming.
I think so, yeah.
Oh shit. I looked to Reuven.
What do you do?
Bring the
how,
exotic kitty into the exotic trader's home. Maybe bad
Yeah.
idea.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think the kitty should be joining.
You asked this of Reuben?
Yeah, I looked to Reuven.
You think so? Well,
We're meeting a house that is interested in curiosities, and your companion here might be viewed as merely a curiosity person.
you just see Reuben like nod, especially knowing what he's felt like at the start of the day. Okay. When we are going, let us. I will do a, as you say, uh, go slightly away when we are traveling to the house. I will go to the forest for a moment.
Sure, if you wish, I guess.
That's
Are you
like
not?
half an hour detour.
Yeah. No, but are you not joining us then?
I, if possible, I could join you. Yes, but I would. I do not trust to let. He like whispers. I do not let. Uh, I do not trust anywhere to keep. I do not see anyone here that I would trust any human with my companion. It would be best if I can send her into the forest where she is always hidden.
I'm sure she could manage fine just in your room.
You see him squint at you.
Has anyone ever barged into your room
You see him.
Yes.
You
other
see.
than
Yes,
You
we'd love
see
to
him
know.
squint at you very hard.
I
Yes,
even
yes, I should definitely go and um do this cut. And how about if I well run? Could I make DM? Could I if Ruben went like full speed and they were going to the manor? How much would I be behind if I had to do
I
that?
mean, it will take them to like 10 minutes to get to Mercurios' place, and you would have to leave town, get to the forest, come back, which will take you usually 1 hour if you run 30 minutes.
Wow.
Ruben like looks to see if that would be fine.
don't think I'd rather not risk being late for a meeting like this. I'm sure your companion can stay in your room if they're okay with it, of course. That's probably the biggest problem.
He like looks at you and is like considering.
I assume you would let me, Wiglove, yourself stay at a room. Do you really hold your companion in such little regard that you don't trust them to take care of themselves?
You see his. You see your arguments have at least somewhat affected him as he seems to go into deep thought. He sighs and yeah, it seems like your arguments seem to be effective as he walks to his room, closes the door behind him.
Wiglop
Let's
is going to look at Usmar after Ruben is done. Sorry, go ahead.
Ruben will go to his room, get the kitty out of his hood, and ask, um, "My companion, would you be willing to stay here in the room for some time as I have some dealings to do? Can you stay here?"
Can can swim?
Um, I could bring you a bowl of water.
Too small.
A bucket of water.
How about if you
And
stay in the room for a bit? We'll go swimming again, like we went just now. We'll go swimming again tomorrow.
Okay.
as Reuven tries to bargain with the cat.
Hunter,
Also can go play
what is that?
catch mouse
What is it? Is that? You don't need to be.
later when
Later.
dark. Mouse catch mouse when dark.
But only when I come back. And then we'll go together.
Come back now.
I think.
I'm back.
Sorry, I knocked down my mic. I'm gonna make a roll to see if Reuven gets cold feet on this and doesn't want to let the cat stay in his room. I'll make just a straight willpower check to see how he's doing. Okay. Reuven's like, and he like crouches down and like gets to eye level with the cat, and then like, a serious expression comes over him as he's like, I would like you to stay in this room until I come back, my friend. It is very important that you do not leave, or that you stay here.
Okay.
Okay, just nod at him.
Cat goes and crawls under the whatever. No, under the bed. You haven't set up anything yet, so.
Yeah.
No, she jumps on the bed and then thinks again, and then jumps onto the wardrobe.
Okay, Runa thinks and will walk back and in passing as he's leaving would also say to the cat if say something to the effect of if someone other than me or our friends comes to get you,
Oh boy.
then you run away. And then hopes the cat understands that.
Or you don't get an answer.
Yeah, okay. And closes and locks the door behind him and goes back to the party.
Okay. All right. The four of you leave and head to the manor. Wiglaf, how paranoid are you right now?
I think he's feeling a little bit fine. He's probably like 95%, 5% paranoid, 95 fine. He's just mostly looking around like for people that might have been looking at him. He's still a bit paranoid, but
Okay.
not too much. He's mostly like maybe he can spot the person that he saw before, but he's a dwarf and he can't see anything over high level. I'm sorry, knee or leg level.
I mean, there's not as many people around the rest of the city than there are on the market square, so
Yeah, he's trying
you
to like
can look around.
Yeah, look for whoever he might have seen at the egg mart.
Yeah,
earlier.
but you're not like crouching around, turning around, looking behind you, looking down every street, thing like this. So
No, he's not trying to be like stealthy or inconspicuous. He's just like darting left or right with his eyes. Just kind of nonchalantly walking through the town.
all right. 10 something minutes later, you arrive in front of the manor. There's a locked gate. There's a guard at the door.
I wave at him.
He approaches you and he says, hello?
Greetings. I'm Osmar. I'm here to meet Madame Jewel.
Do you have anything to prove that you have been invited?
No, the messenger did not leave me with. Wait, this is true. The messenger didn't leave any note, right? He just came to tell me the message. I'm not misremembering
Yes.
this, right?
Yeah.
No, the messenger simply just come and spoke the message to me. I was not given a letter.
Excuse me for a moment. And he turns around and he knocks at the door. The door opens. He has some words with someone inside, and after a few words, turns around and opens the gate and lets you in and says, "You are expected."
Awesome. I motion my party to follow and walk in.
Yeah, you approach the door. You have not been inside before, so.
Yep. And I'm wearing my shaman bracelet, and I'm trying to taking the scenery.
Yeah, that's what I was going for. Now this building is rather large, right? And it has two parts. The part that you're approaching is in good shape. The other part is not. It seems like this building has been burned down before, and only one half of it has been re-erected. The second half is left in, basically this burned down state, which is somewhat weird. Then again, to your knowledge, there's only one person who actually lives here, and even for one person, one half of this house is enormously large. A person who lives here has. Yeah.
He's interested into weird shit, so my assumption going in here is that there is some sort of historical lore to this building, which is why he got interested in this specifically and didn't reconstruct that. That's the assumption I'm going in with.
It's a good assumption.
Yeah.
Is there any stonework along the floors or the walls of the newer
Fucking
plated
dwarves.
areas? Oh god.
There is not too much. So the path is made from stones. It's still largely a wooden building, as you would expect in this town.
Okay, yeah, nothing impressive in the stonework, of course.
No, kind of boring for a dwarf. Yeah.
Of course.
No fancy stonework. Nothing of this shape. There's a garden around the building.
Come on.
There's a few trees in there that stick out because they are not the usual trees you would expect. There's like this large willow. Is it willow? I think, yeah. You have not seen any such tree on your travel through the forest.
What about? Is there any yellow musk creepers?
Not that you can see, but it's dark, so maybe around the edge of the house.
I pull out my continual lightstone. Actually, no, I don't. That was just a meme. I don't want to sit around.
Does Reuben recognize large trees?
Yeah, it's not like they are uncommon trees. It's just
Okay.
The forest of Llobet is made it's made, it's like an elven-shaped forest, and there's no willows in this forest. And this willow here is out of place, basically. It's like a tree that has been planted in a garden. It's not part of the forest.
Is the tree leafless? Is it dead, or is it just
No,
seems
looks like a perfectly fine tree. Yeah. Nonetheless, as you approach the door, there's this feeling in the air. This kind of that the music is fitting for the feeling that's in the air. Maybe it's just a tension because you once again are out of your league approaching this person.
Oh yeah,
Uh,
like
Am I though?
super nimble.
You have been talking with a guild master today already. You have entered into a guild's wizard library. Yeah. This is part of society that is unknown to you. This is one of the person you're going to talk with is one of the highest political people in the country, you know.
Fucking god. True.
Are there any portraits or anything on along the walls? Can I?
You're still
examine
outside.
them? Oh, never mind.
That's a good point, though. Look out for that once
I
we
mean,
get it.
yeah. Whenever we go inside, I'd like to,
Yeah.
see what the pictures look like and stuff.
So there's this like eerie feeling in the air as you approach the door, and the door is open. Behind the door is the head butler that you have spoken with before.
Arnold.
I forgotten her name.
His name is Arnold. I wrote it
His
down.
name is Arnold. Awesome, good job.
Same as the guildmaster.
No, Guildmaster's name is Alfred.
Oh,
Um,
Oh, I thought Alfred was the butler. Oh god.
I didn't write down Alfred because I didn't care about him.
Yeah, fuck him, right?
Oh,
Literally the most important person we have met thus far.
No, wrong. He's a loser.
Noble.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Arnold in this case will wave you inside. So welcome.
Oh, thank you.
Miss Tudor is awaiting you in the parlor, and he will wait for all of you to enter, see that the door gets closed, and then head with you towards a room.
Alright, wait. What does the inside look like now?
Yeah. On your way,
Any
you-
paintings?
there is a few paintings, mostly landscape. There's no portraits.
Like no family pictures or
No.
maybe a big ass picture of the person that owns a man.
Oh,
No,
and
it's just landscapes.
do we hear any like commotion or anything happening in the house, or is it like silent? Does it sound like like people are living here?
Give me a perception check.
God.
You have 5 people walking through the house right now, so you have
That's
5
it?
people walking through the house right now.
+2?
So
+2 for 18 ints.
no.
For anatomy,
Also not for anatomy, no.
The portrait seem anatomically correct.
So you follow Arnold down the corridor. There's these landscapes. There's this expensive looking secretaries and stuff like this. Like all the what is it? Mobilia? Is this a word in English?
Corbelia.
Like the wardrobes and some desks. All the things that you see are either very artsy or if they're not very artsy, then they still look like they're expensive as fuck. Yeah. There's obviously a lot of violet in coloring, which seem to be like the color of choice of Mercurio. Also, the guards have this tabard on with this color. Don't ask me too much about symbols or stuff. I have not decided. Yeah. You follow him down the hall, and then you turn into the part of the building that is reconstructed, and you enter a large parlor. There's a small fire going. It's quite warm. And there, sitting on a lounge chair, is the young woman that you saw the day before. 2 days before, like once you were here the last time.
Is she face towards us?
Oh yeah, she's looking in your direction, and as you enter, she gets up from her chair and like bows slightly in your direction and
I give a deep bow.
That's the lady with the yeah. I'm gonna give her a bow too. Yeah.
Ruben will do a nod.
Corvin also bows to her, and then she says, "Oh, welcome. Take a seat." And she points to the other chairs that are arranged in the room. There is a few more than 4 chairs, so you can sit all next to each other or across each other or however you want to sit.
I'll sit at the end of the table, not at the
We go
front.
sit
but yeah.
somewhere.
Yeah. I'll be next to Viglav.
All right.
I want to start greetings.
You must be Usma.
Yes. I didn't catch your title from the messenger. Do you go by Madam Jewel, or do you prefer otherwise?
My title is of not much concern to me here. I am Bule of Llobet, if you want to approach me with my full title. But other than this, I am just a commoner. She looks at you and says, as you seem to be as well.
I give her a smile. Yeah.
So, what has brought you here?
We are here to hopefully construct some sort of a long-lasting working relationship. At least that is my goal. For this to happen, I think both of our interests have to be understood. I have come here with the belief that your house is wealthy enough where typical possessions don't interest you too much anymore. It's rather the oddities and outliers that you're after. Now, I must admit that my knowledge is severely lacking. If you have the appetite for a bit of storytelling, I'd be curious to learn how this household has come to be and how this affects how you value things.
To be quite honest with you, I don't know too much either. I am just talking instead of my dear friend Mercurio with you. He has interesting tastes and he likes to buy interesting things, sell interesting things.
What exactly?
He's very busy, so at times he asks me to relay information. It's part of our living agreement.
What is your relationship exactly, if I could pry so much?
I got called to be counsel in Llobet, and I was looking for a place to stay, and he graciously offered me that I can stay with him. This is how our relationship started, and right now we are friends. He's a good friend to me.
As Arnold might have told you already, we are we're either rambling idiots or potentially valuable assets. And today I hope to prove the latter to be true. How much? So, to be clear, Arnold mentioned that you haven't heard of any divine powers existing. I need to make sure, was he feigning ignorance? Or has this information not traveled to your estate?
Everybody has heard about divine powers existing in the fairy tales that are told to children and the stories of old.
You haven't heard anything other than that?
To my knowledge, everything that has been called divine powers ever since the stories of fairy tales has been shown to be just parlor tricks.
I need to check my stove. We're back.
Well, I commend your rationality. This generally tends to bring us towards finding truths and brings us to the correct conclusions. But every now and again, a significant outlier event happens. This seems to be one of those cases. I see that as your house holds a lot of power, you should be informed on some of the happenings, as most guild masters are, and the Royal Council for sure is. So to bring you up to date on what we have heard is that the island to the northwest, Hatan, I think,
Yes.
had a paladin a couple of months prior. This was mostly presumed to be a fairy tale as well.
I would assume it is a fairy tale still.
That's true. I guess to make my words hold a little bit more value, maybe we should maybe we should demonstrate a proof. My friend here, and I motion towards Wiglaf, is able to heal over wounds, a magic that is not possible for us wizards. I could demonstrate this by cutting open a wound in my hand, but I don't want there to be room for doubt. So if you would rather have a servant come in and perform this. Someone that you trust, though. I would not want word to spread too much.
As a side note, when this entire speech is happening, Ruben's been kind of like snickering with Wiglaf and coughing, maybe of like, yeah, this is what he did with the other old man behind that desk. Same kind of spiel. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's like students at the very back of a classroom, kind of like whispering.
Right.
Yep.
While
Nobody
Ruben's
ever
doing that,
asked if
Wiglaf is
there's
trying-
other people in the room. I'm just pointing this out, right?
Sorry?
None of you ever asked if there's other people in the room.
Oh, is
Well,
there?
Wiglaf is
Yes.
How many? Who?
The person who brought the message is also in the room.
Okay, and?
And this is everybody you see. Maybe somebody's hidden somewhere, but
Okay.
the visible
Yeah,
people
I
is
assume
just U6
I
plus
assume- yeah,
Arnold.
I assume he's some trustworthy dude, and I don't pay too much mind then.
Yeah. Yule looks at the other person and thinks for a moment. Paolo, would you be so kind? And she
oh boy.
holds a hand out for him and let's
What
just
is
I want to like slightly shift the focus for a second. Yule, the person in front of you, she looks like an innocent young lady from some town outside of Llobet, probably. She doesn't look like somebody who has. I mean, she's commoners council, so obviously she's not someone from nobility, and put this in brackets. That's an ordinary person, right?
Yeah, but
It was an ordinary person.
she's been living here for quite some time, right?
Not so long. Maybe
Wait,
a
how
year
long?
or so.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Yeah.
She's,
So she's
she
not-
lives here. She's lived here for a year, and she's Mercurio's main political influence tool.
If there's such a thing as Mercurius political influence, maybe he doesn't give a shit.
I mean, if he's using her as like the what is it, the meat, so to speak, then he might not have as much respect for her as he does with his butler Al.
Wait, but she's dressed like super nice though, right?
Oh,
Yeah.
man.
She isn't the best looking person, but she is like trying to look good.
Gotcha. Like her she's dressed nice, but she doesn't look
Clothes,
nice.
her
Right?
clothes look expensive as fuck, is what I'm getting at.
Like her like
They
she
look
looks
expensive, but not like they're. You would expect the queen to wear nicer clothes than this.
yeah.
How do they compare to Arnold's clothes?
About the same.
And Arnold is the head butler.
Hmm.
And how do they compare to Paolo's clothes?
Quite a bit better.
Damn it, how much was this? Note second. Okay.
Just
I'm going
what
to
I'm
walk-
getting at is this is a strange interaction with like a young woman who is common by everything in her descent, let's put it like this. And she's reaching out her hand to Paolo, and Paolo reaches over, and then she kind of just rather calmly cuts him in the arm
Oh,
with a dagger. Or like a
I-
knife.
I'm going to
I motioned Wickle to heal Paolo. Say, would you be so kind?
well, before you did all that, I was going to just walk up to her while you were saying that, just ignoring you, and I was going. I'm quietly and trying to piously, I guess, with my hands together along my rope, to walk up to who is it? Paulo is the
Paolo, yeah.
head person. He's the one that got cut by her,
Mhm.
or he cut her.
Yes.
Paolo was cut by
Okay.
the lady.
Okay. I can't hear very well. So yeah, and I'm going to look at her and put one of my hands on her, and I'm going to ask her, not really, giving Paulo attention too much. Like, dear child, who is it that you serve?
I serve the people of Llobet.
I furrow my brows. I'd say, Wiggluff, would you be so kind as to heal Paolo here?
Okay, yeah, I guess I'll, look back at Ismar and then look back to Paulo, and I will cast Cure Light Wounds on him.
Yeah.
That'd be 1d8, I believe. So, 1d8.
Yeah, it's been 9 damage. So
Yeah, so 6. Oh, well.
you see as Paolo like kind of gets this little like the stinging sensation that you get when you're healing someone. He like kind of wants to jump back, but he like restrains himself as the wound heals over. And this strange light flickers through the room.
That didn't happen any other time I killed anyone, right?
No, it always happens. Always this light. Yeah.
Gotcha.
You see both their faces kind of expressionless.
So they don't seem impressed. They don't seem mesmerized or anything. They just sort of like melancholy, like sort of like neutral.
More like if you're surprised enough that your face loses expression, put it like this. Like they would be surprised if they were even able to comprehend that they're supposed to be surprised.
I see. So it's like it's just barely there.
Let's check out
Gotcha.
what just happened.
Yeah.
And I give them a serious look, wait for them to recollect themselves.
Paolo starts like scratching the part of his arm that has just been healed over. But he doesn't say anything. Yule looks at him.
Him as in me.
No, at Paolo.
Oh.
Also looks at the arm. Then
Can I
yeah.
Can I cast invisibility to undead? But I'm going to ask or tell them like this is more for the future of your health, sort of like a way of making it seem like I'm not trying to cast anything that's harmful to them.
They
like
are
them,
checked
like,
out. If you don't say anything, you can probably cast a spell without them.
Oh, I can do that. Oh, okay.
You can
Then
say
I'll do
something
that.
if you want to say something.
Well, okay. So I feel like it'd be comforting to them. Like if I'm just casting with a spell, I don't know what they're gonna think about it. So I'm gonna be like, "Excuse me, Paulo. I wish to, pray for the future of your health. Please allow me to cast this second blessing."
Paolo does not really react to anything you say at the moment.
Okay. I'm gonna cast invisibility to undead.
Have you learned invisibility to undead today?
I haven't used it since the last time I used it. So.
Okay.
Or at
You
least
cast. Do you have it memorized for the day?
I had blast, 2 cure light wounds, and invisibility to undead.
Okay.
Those would
You
be, yeah.
cast invisibility to undead, and you are sure that you have casted a spell, but you still have it memorized.
Oh. Okay. Oh. Wow.
That's what happened the last 2 times as well, right? With the big
Yes.
one?
The last one time, whenever I was in front of the priest, the other priest.
Yeah,
I
but
was
you casted it 2 times there.
Well, I casted it once in front of the priest, and I casted it once here. So as far I don't
Well, you
remember.
casted it twice in front of the priest.
But I only. Why would I cast? Oh, that's right. I casted it once to him, and yeah, you're right. Yeah. I casted it on myself this time, not on Paulo.
Yeah.
So I'm going to motion back to my chair.
Nobody is looking at you extensively.
I'm just gonna sit in an opposite chair where I was, not next to Ruben, but in one of the other chairs. And everyone else probably like Ruben and Usmar's like, "What the hell are you doing? Where are you going?" So I'm gonna sit in the other across from
Well,
Ruben.
Osmar's not really looking at you that much.
Well, that's okay. In that
I'm
case,
looking
then
at the other guys.
yeah, I'm sort of banking on Ruben not like noticing me just moving around. So yeah, I'm gonna walk into the opposite chair of where Ruben was because he was right next to me before. So
Yeah. You sit somewhere else. Well, I assume maybe a long silent minute later, Yule speaks up and says, "Well, that's something new." She looks up and she looks through the room, looking for Wiglaf. Looking at him. She's not undead, okay. Or she's at least 6 level undead.
yeah, she's yeah. I'm just wasting my time.
at least 5th level undead.
I wouldn't know that.
She looks at you and then back to Usma and says, "That's something new."
Nod my head. And I give her a little bit more time.
I'm just keeping quiet,
So,
looking around the room.
I think this is something that I will have to run by Mercurio. I can't really say much else about this at the moment. He tasked me with something entirely different, and like she changes back into her political frame, more or less, speaking more clearly again, more organized, and keeps talking. Since you have approached us about finding a working solution that will befit both of us, you're traveling to the east, finding interesting things that we might be interested in, that Mercurio might be interested in. He has asked me to task you with a show of your skill in some way, shape, or form. She looks around, scanning the room. Motions to Paolo. He kind of seems to know what this is about, and he goes over and quickly looks out of the door and then closes the door again, nods at her. She says, Mercury has been made aware of, or not made aware of, spotted, that it seems like the guild has put an eye on us. And
also,
how so? I assume they want to steal what we have, what is in this house, find the secrets that they expect Mercurio to have. I mean, he's a very wealthy man. He makes for a good target.
of course.
Thing is, we need somebody outside of the staff to look into this problem. Since you are looking for work, we have work to offer. This might be a beginning of a good working relationship.
I nod my head affirmatively.
You seem to be a clever person, right?
I like to think so.
Then I think you should be able to come up with some way to find out how privileged information about this household has been found on the black market.
Privileged information of your household found on the black market.
He wants us to find stolen information on the house? Or
Let's
who
stroke
has
my
stolen
chin.
it? I'm just sorry. I'm just letting this myself.
To be honest, I haven't had much dealings in the black market.
Well, you don't have to deal with the black market. You have to deal with finding out who is spying on us and who is.
I understand, but maybe having a bit of knowledge on the black market could help in this cause as well. You guys are known to make purchases of curious goods. Do you have any idea on how the black market is accessed?
The black market is accessed in a pretty simple way. You know a guy who knows a guy who knows a guy who knows a guy who is trying to sell something. You maybe don't want to go through traveling things from city to city in an official manner, and then you have to pay taxes, so that's how the black market is accessed. Knowing people.
I nod.
At least that's what I've heard.
What's around the room? Like, what are there any vases or plates or anything that's around the area, like the room that we're sitting in?
Some expensive, like
cutlery or
no, just like expensive interior stuff, like some carpets, some more landscapes.
Are there any candles or torches or anything? Not torches.
Oh, there's like this weird ambient light in the room.
The ambient light doesn't look like it's coming from a particular light source, or
Yeah, there's a lantern.
okay.
A few lanterns.
Okay.
It's clearly magical, but
Wait,
Okay.
I had something I wanted to ask and I forgot it.
I can go first if you want to.
Yeah, go.
For Reuben's part, for most of this interaction, of especially this magic going on, Reuben's been keeping an eye on Paolo, the dude, the man, and just kind of scanning him and mostly keeping his eyes on him, uh, expecting that this person is maybe possibly like a bodyguard of sorts. He's interested to see if he can tell like a very general sense of get a very general sense of his well like skill level or his like how good do I think this guy is, or do I even think this guy is a fighter?
Trying to
no.
size them up.
This guy looks like he is some sort of scribe, some sort of helper. Like he is
Okay.
unarmored, he does not wear a weapon. He doesn't have any type of... No, he doesn't seem like a fighter that much.
Okay.
You can roll me like a perception check to see if you catch anything else.
Sure. Yeah.
Maybe it's a wizard in hiding, who knows.
Perception. No, 14.
Oh, it's just like you look at this guy and no way this dude could hold himself in a fight. There's no way.
Okay.
I looked at Jewel. We're tasked on finding the reason of why information of your estate was leaked. If this information is already considered compromised, would you be willing to share it with us? Maybe it could help. Or do you believe that the information has not yet spread to the point where
information has spread. We have dealt with the fact that it has been spread. It's mostly internal of the staff who works here, who comes and goes, the shifts of the guards, things of these matters. Observations, they person on the outside could not comfortably make without being obvious.
I nod my head.
How many rounds has it been since we left to use that spell? Or at least how many seconds?
A lot of rounds.
Okay.
It's sworn
I'm
off
gonna-
by now.
Left's gonna speak up because he hasn't spoken up the entire time. You're like, so Paulo, it seems you have been here for a while. I'm expecting, like, what kind of reaction do they have? Is it just laissez-faire, like, they just looked at me and like, well, he's speaking now? Or is it more like surprised as he's moved from one part of the table to the other?
Everything seems normal.
Okay, well, fuck me. No one dead here. So, yeah, I was like, yeah, I asked him, like, yeah, how long have you been living here? Like, with the master, Mercurio?
Are you asking Paolo?
Yes, Paula.
Paolo, he will say, I'm not living here. I'm just advisor for Julia. I work for her. She asked me to be here today.
Advisor for who?
Again?
Apollo's the advisor for who?
For Julia.
Yula. Okay, right. Why am I missing that?
I look to Eula. I'm a wizard, if that wasn't clear. There's a spell that I am yet able to cast, which I believe would be helpful in this task. A spell that permits the caster the ability to read minds. Or, I guess to make you more comfortable, the spell component, the material used for the spell is a copper piece. So if you ever see someone flick a copper piece and have it disappear, I guess beware of your mind being probed.
I have been made aware of this magic trick, yeah.
I nod my head. I believe this would be incredibly useful for this quest of ours, but alas, I am yet able to cast it. Is how hurried of a schedule are we on? Do we have time to complete further studies?
I don't know how much effort the guild is putting into this adventure. I think they are mostly just looking for easy grabs, so I don't expect an imminent attack. But having a mule in your household is a problem. And the faster you can deal with the problem, the better.
I nod.
Considering you are supposed to travel to the east, I assume you also want things to be done faster than slower. So I think our plans kind of align in the middle.
Yeah, I agree.
To make use of my political training that I have gotten, let's be precise here. We expect you to find a credible information that will explain who has been leaking information, so we can deal with the problem. And in exchange, we will talk further about a working relationship after you will be compensated for your work, obviously. And I will talk with Mercurio about, and she motions towards Wiglaf, this interesting development. I would also prefer you to keep this close to your chest.
Of course.
If I did not know this before, I have to assume that the council doesn't know either, which is strange.
Strange indeed.
Must have been a decision made in between the Royal Council and here. Wouldn't be the first time.
Yeah, my understanding is that this is we're tasked by the Royal Council itself, so I suppose we traveled here faster than the news.
They said the council seemed to have not known about it. It's sort of like
No, the
like
Royal
being in.
Council.
Oh, okay. I didn't know there was a difference between the council.
Wait,
and
when you say when I say Royal Council, does that imply the Royal Council of Barrios?
Yeah,
Well, I
the
didn't say
council in
anything, I was
Barrios is called the Royal Council.
Okay, yeah.
It's the same council, yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
okay, gotcha. Everyone's talking about gotcha.
Is there any preference for you guys on how you want us to operate for this task? I presume us walking into your manor every single day is gonna bring unwanted attention.
Indeed. We have been here today for a business meeting, and unless we have further business to discuss, I don't expect you to be coming here.
I nod my head. Seems that
So, Yule, Apollo, and Jewel didn't, but they all saw me where I was sitting at during the undead invisibility thing, right?
Probably.
Okay. Well. Okay.
They're probably undead, Wiglaf.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, how am I supposed to know? I think it's supposed to work. I'm not trying to hurt anybody. I just want to find out who the undead person is. My God, granted me a mission. I need to obey.
I stroke my chin. Seems that we've found an amicable agreement.
I hope so.
I nod.
I assume you will be staying in the Llobet luxury lounging for the foreseeable future?
For some time. I nod my head.
I am asking to how can I reach you if there's something we need to discuss further?
I think I suppose we should be staying in Llobet. If there are changes in our movement, which I predict there won't be for, I give a shrug, a week, 2 at least, which is still not too much time. Is there a way you would prefer us to inform you?
Informing us is the way easier part.
Leave a letter for Arnold?
You can just come by, you can let the people know that you have interesting goods to sell, and we will create a meeting. That's not a problem. The problem is for me to reach you, or for us to reach you.
Sure. We'll be
in case you
we'll
have
be
to leave
staying-
town or things, where should we leave a message?
We'll be mainly staying at the Llobet Luxury Lounge. We'll be off for times and then we'll come back. So if you send a message, it might take a little bit longer for it to make its way to us. But eventually, if it happens that we move our headquarters away from this city. We'll arrange a selling of goods and inform you of our movements then.
Sounds fine.
But for now, the LLL is where you'll find us.
It's a funny name, isn't it?
Yeah, it's strange. You guys didn't have anything to do with funding that business, did you?
Well, I didn't.
Like a nod.
In this case, I think we have reached a conclusion.
Yep, I have no further matters to discuss, I believe.
Then I wish you good hunting. And
give her a bow. Or a deep head bow thing.
Yeah.
But I'm sitting, so I can't do a thing.
Yeah, she also nods slightly in your direction. And then kind of dismisses you.
Yep, I get up and motion to my party to also move.
Well, Wiglaf is going to
Yeah.
just go. After he's bowed to everyone, going to start walking out of the place.
Mm-hmm.
I guess.
Reuven probably moves with a hurry to get back to tavern as quickly as he can. So he'll probably go up front or even go, when the two slowpokes are walking, he'll probably power walk to the tavern himself.
Yeah, you can leave them behind and get there faster.
That's fine.
All right. Reuven runs away. What's the rest of the party doing?
Walking out. Slowly but surely, making our way back to the tavern as it's nighttime.
Yeah, what time is it?
9:30.
Okay, I'm gonna take two. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, getting closer to 10, things like this.
I'm gonna
It's
take
late.
Zool to the edge of the town. I'm gonna let him out. Just go hunting for prey.
So you're going into the forest in the middle of the night?
Well, I'm going to the edge of town that's close to the forest because we're surrounded by it. I'm guessing.
Yeah, that's
let Zool out.
What did I say? A few minutes walk between the edge of the town and the forest?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I'm just gonna head off in that direction.
All right. So, Osmar and Coffin sitting in a tavern. Coffin says, "Oh, that was weird."
Yeah, heavy stuff. But,
Did this whole situation feel strange to you?
How so?
Do you know the... Oh, wrong music. The Communist Council, they... At least that's my understanding, are just there to appeal to the masses. They're usually meh.
I look at Griffin inquisitively.
Something about her just felt strange. Like she's acting like she owns this place. Didn't you think so?
I mean, she has a 10th influence on the local government here, and she's operating in a highly valuable estate. I'd assume she'd feel like she's quite an important person, would you not?
Well, if power can do this to a person in such a short time. I'm just happy that I never had this kind of power, I guess.
Wait, am I misremembering? She's been here for a year, right? I don't know about gnomes, but as humans, we tend to assimilate and adapt to new circumstances pretty quick. A year is plenty time.
What's the point of having a commoner on the council when they stop being commoner the second they join the council?
Yeah, that could
Maybe they weren't a commoner to begin with.
that would you'd assume that would anger some commoners or other folk.
Did you see how nonchalantly she just slit her advisor's hand?
Yeah, just like you.
She's in a higher position than him. It's not to be expected.
I don't know. If you had an advisor, would you expect him to blindly follow you?
Or something as little as cutting their arm a little bit, yeah.
Injuring me. That was kind of a big cut, wasn't it?
May I cut your arm? She holds a hand out.
No, you're not any ranks above me. You're a minor guild friend.
I think there's a certain level of distrust to anybody who wants to inflict bodily harm on you, isn't there?
Well, she's his superior.
Yes, no. I don't really think. I mean, maybe. But it's not like they are soldiers or things like this. They're not even part of any guild, you know what I mean?
I'll look at him weirdly. What's that supposed to mean? Just because you're not a part of a guild, you can't have allegiance?
Power structures. If the guildmaster asks something from you, you better make sure that you solve the problem that he asks you to solve.
Let me put it this way: if the Miners Guild guildmaster asked you personally to cut a wound on your hand, would you do it?
Probably. Not without asking why.
I'd say that the relationship here is not as steep, but it's somewhat similar.
I just saying, it felt weird. That's all I'm saying. This whole house.
I mean, the house being weird is to be expected. Isn't that their whole thing? Weird products? And the such?
I guess.
I think you're overthinking this relationship between these two.
You know, about this house, I forgot to talk about this before. Urban legend is that the family who lived there before, they died in the fire.
Mm-hmm.
In a fire?
When the house burned down, yeah. It's been, I think, a few decades ago. From what I was able to gather from our library and asking around. Sadly, they did not purchase too much stonework, so we don't have a big trail.
I don't know. I mean, that's a shame, I guess. I don't know what to say. Do you think that has any implications on the current owner of the manor?
He's weird. I'm not. Call me distrustful, but the whole setup. Are we supposed to spy on the household?
Yeah, that was a weird task to be given to strangers. Well, I guess we did reveal our secrets. Must have given them some trust. I guess we're
But
hoping. I guess we're hoping to find this house servant from the black markets.
the offer, it was premeditated. They already had the offer in mind before Wiglaf made what he made.
That's true.
Just saying.
But
I think we should be extra careful. This feels like a weird test. And weird tests end up with weird things.
I nod.
I wouldn't be surprised if at the end of this we find out that there has never been any information leaked. Anyways, my friend, I will go and sleep.
I give him a nod. I'd
Quite the
probably
day.
Probably drink my drink whatever drink I have there and follow soon after.
Okay. Reuven is in his room playing with the cat.
Yeah, Ruben burst into the room, being nervous that the cat was taken away.
As you burst in the room, you see that the room looks kind of bad.
Oh no.
Things have been thrown off the desk. The bed is completely
Shredded.
not shredded, but like rummaged. The bowl of water on the ground has been turned over.
Of course.
It seems like mayhem. The door was locked as you entered, though, so at least.
Okay.
No sign of Kitty.
He calls out in Elven after closing the door behind him.
You hear nothing.
Gets a bit nervous, starts looking around.
Roll me a d10.
8.
8. Okay. Oh, wait. Oh, no. No adjustments. You are not totally surprised as a small creature with 4 legs and a tail jumps off the off the wardrobe and jumps on your back and crawls onto your shoulder.
Reuven is incredibly relieved. Probably even more relieved than he thought he would be, as he's like realizing that the cat's actually pretty important. even more important to him than he thought. But maybe he
The
doesn't
cat says,
realize that.
no scare?
No? Maybe. Slightly. A bit. And he like shakes.
Try again. The cat jumps off and hides.
Ruben and the cat have a blast playing and then make a pillow fort and go to sleep.
Okay. Wiggler's out of town playing with his owl.
Training owl, Azul.
Owl probably pretty quickly will find something to eat.
Yeah.
Will return to your arm with blood on his beak. A slightly half-devoured piece of whatever in one of his claws, smearing your arm with it.
I'm going to look at like death comes to us all, little one. I'm sure you know.
The owl
Just kind
picks
of
away
admiring
at the corpse at its foot.
Yeah.
Devours the rest.
Yeah. I'm gonna see if I can teach him how to perch again. I guess for like an hour, and then go back to the town.
Yeah, you play a bit with the owl and then you head back to the tavern. Put the owl in its cage. Put the cage on the mule that's called Ass. Referred to as donkey. Head to bed, I guess.
We go out because he's thinking about his visit today with those people, and I'm pretty sure what I've written down in my notes seems to be wrong for what I've been trying to like catch up with what's going on. So I'll just talk to you, Daniel. I don't know if I'll have the wrong questions to my deity if they're at all interested, but I don't want to say.
Or is there something you are like? I assume you're praying when you go to bed.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anything you are like involving in your prayer? Something that's on your mind?
How's my I guess I can ask my deity how's my progress been? Like how am I developing as your, I guess penitent one. Your sort of like be all end all sort of priest, unless I'm not the only priest of my kind. Or I mean my deity, the deity. I guess I still don't know the name. I'll get it one of these days. Am I doing well in my deity's eyes? What I mean to say.
You're not really getting an answer to this question.
Yeah. I'll just.
Which is better than a bad answer, I would say. But
I guess that's a good point. Yeah, no answer is better than a bad one. Yeah.
So it's time to sleep. I guess. Anything else somebody wants to do before sleeping time?
I wanna go to Corfin and ask him, do you mind if I copy or read magic spell? I mean, your detect magic spell into my book.
Copying the spell will not help you at all.
I'll get to studying it later.
Well, you kind of need to study it and then copy it. That's the way this works.
Wait, that's not how I did it with Reyna. I copied sleep first and then I learned it.
I guess. If you can decipher what I have written? You can try to copy it.
If he lets me, I scroll to his or I presume he gives me the page where it's written. I have the read magic prepared.
Yeah, you can read magic and transcribe what he has written.
Hey man, it takes 1d6 pages.
It takes the same amount of pages as he has,
Wait, what?
which is
Wouldn't my sleep? How
2.
does it work then? I mean, that's good for me, but how does it work then if I should my sleep have taken as many pages as it was in the
No. You get this thing and you can learn from this thing. But for you to learn the spell, you have to describe this in your own way of doing it. So that's why it takes different amount of pages for every wizard. Like the way you put your notes down about the spell is different than another person puts the notes down. And it's also very different to a textbook on spells who would go out of its way to over describe things, I guess.
Oh, so if there's a spell in a spell book in like a magic shop, that's not the same type of writing of a spell that there would be in a spell book.
Yeah.
Okay.
Unless it's the spellbook of the owner, then it's again a personal preparation of the spell from a spell that has been learned.
I gotcha. So like they'd have to write their own version of the spell down because that's how they take notes, as opposed to like rewriting or plagiarizing the entire spell. And then like I don't understand some of this. Yeah.
So you can have like learning copies of spells, and then you can learn from the copy of the spell instead of having the original of the spell, but you still have to learn it.
Okay.
So putting the copy in your spellbook is actually counterproductive because then you have to waste the pages in your spellbook.
Yeah, but I can learn it, and I need to learn it at some point anyway. So I'm gonna have to use the 2 pages on my spellbook anyway.
But
you have to use the 2 pages, and then you have to use the 6 pages extra.
Wait,
and then you have 2 pages wasted.
So you should rather just use normal paper.
That's not at all how it worked with me and Reyna.
It should have worked like this unless we have skipped something.
No, I just wrote first for pages how long it takes. First I wrote down the spell into my spell book, and then I spent the next couple of days in the tavern studying the spell.
Okay, then we have done this in a bad way. I'm gonna do this way from now on forward.
Okay, then I don't copy this into my spellbook. I was under the assumption that it works the way it did before.
Yeah. You can copy it on normal paper and have the learning copy with you.
Okay, sure.
Or you can ask Coffin for having his spellbook for 2 days, which probably will make him very nervous.
Yeah, I'll copy it into 2 paper pieces that I bought from the.
All right. And then it's sleeping time. So we head into bed. Let's put you all in your rooms. Scream if I put you in the wrong room.
You put me in the wrong room.
Did I?
I'm in the wrong room. I should be in the left, far left, I think.
I should be in the one with the blue carpet.
Are you in the blue carpet?
Oh, wait, no. Maybe I'm in the right room. Never mind.
No,
not. No, this is wrong. There's a thing. I can't turn my character. There shouldn't be this here. I think there's like a desk or something in the middle. Beds over here.
No, all the rooms look the same. It's just the color of the carpet.
Oh, wow. That's Superman logic right there. Holy shit, I totally forgot. All right, never mind. Door shut. No prayers. Going to bed.
So, there has been a certain amount of foreshadowing today.
Yeah, I felt like Corbin was like foreshadow man. I'm sorry, foreshadow son. There.
Doesn't make any sense.
Hmm?
Nothing.
Maybe
Corbin's a
just
very good
close
listener.
the doors.
Yeah, we'll be fine. I'm gonna lock mine, by the way.
Sure. Everybody can lock their doors.
Actually, probably, yeah, Ruben would have it locked because of what Uzma did the previous night.
So the doors are locked. Everybody's asleep.
What the fuck? I thought we were only supposed to have targets on our back once we became like level, I don't know, like 6 or higher. Why did we want? Why are there people that want to murder us even though we're level 1?
Well, who's going around revealing all our secrets, Uzma? I don't
It's
know.
going around.
You
This is-
know,
Good
maybe
was
we
question,
should.
right.
Osmo.
This was to
You know?
select person.
Yeah, I mean, Wiglaf is mostly trying to find possible undead in this place, but he hasn't found anybody so far. So far.
Good questions, Osmo. Good questions. So it's the middle of the night. Give me a perception check at half your perception, Osmo.
Me?
Yeah.
That's pretty
Ooh.
good.
That's perfect.
Oh no.
You wake up in the middle of the night.
Okay. What's happening? Why do I wake up?
You wake up because you hear a voice. You don't understand what the voice is saying as you wake up. But did you have the light turned completely off or just dimmed in the room?
Off.
Off, okay. So you see from the starlight that comes through the window, there is indeed a wraith in your room.
There's a what in my room?
Oh.
A wraith.
A
Something that
wraith?
seems to be a wraith.
Oh my god.
It's floating in front of your bed. And that says, what does it say?
They look
You
eyes
are
wide.
meddling in things that you should not meddle in.
I look at the right, kinda, I guess scared.
Has Usmar ever met a wraith before? Like an undead ghost? Well, I guess it'd be undead.
As you're looking at the wraith, and after he said his first sentence that you understood, the wraith materializes and becomes a person.
Do I recognize a person?
No, the person is dressed in probably dark clothing. There's a fabric in front of its face. There's nothing you can see about this person. Roughly the size, roughly the shape, but you're also kind of scared shitless in your bed.
Yeah, I'm just kind of looking at him. I'm not really saying anything.
Consider this a warning. If our plans would have been to remove you from the equation, you would have been removed.
I nod enthusiastically.
But there might be a reason why we would want you to be alive in the future.
I nod enthusiastically.
The talk with the merchant's accessory.
I raise my eyebrows, expecting to listen for more.
You can play this goose chase game around if you want. It will lead to nothing. There's no information you can find.
As you said that he doesn't want to kill me because there might be some use for me. I have a little bit more I'm pretty confident that I'm not gonna die here. I ask, are you of the guild?
One could say so.
I nod enthusiastically.
We have interests. And we have knowledge. And if our interests and our knowledge are right, and they usually are, this is also for your safety to stay out of our way, and not because of us.
I nod. Why don't you kill me?
You notice that the person has like one hand raised, slightly pointing to the ceiling.
I look to the ceiling.
There's nothing on the ceiling. Just interesting that he is having his hand pointed like this.
Kill shot, kill shot.
Why would I kill you?
Didn't you say you want me to stop meddling in your affairs?
Yes. And I hope you stop meddling. But if I kill you, I will find somebody else to meddle in my affairs. And then I have to kill them as well. You see, it's in my interest to have someone meddling who is not meddling.
I nod. They said this wasn't a time-sensitive thing. So they shouldn't be...
Well, it's definitely not time sensitive for him.
I nod.
We know where you go, we know where you are, and as proven by me being here, we know how to get to you.
I nod.
Stay out of our business. Do your worst job. And we can avoid unpleasantry in the future.
I nod.
I bid you farewell, Mr. Osmar, son of Reynard. And the person steps into nothing, disappearing from your room.
Kind of weird. Not kind of weirded out. I'm scared shitless. But it sounds like this guy casted 2 transmutation spells. What a fucking badass.
That's how easy it is to turn Usma.
Yes, there you go. There you go. That'll have him fall from grace. I want to do what that guy does. Be his friend.
Yeah.
He's a wraith. He's an undead.
With I know that I'm not getting killed because he didn't kill me. So I feel comfortable now going back to sleep, I think.
Do you really?
I feel like it's like I feel like because he had the opportunity to kill me, and he could have, like, it was literally it was like a choice not to. I feel like I feel comfortable. Um I'm not too worried about the Mercurios. They stay in their shit, and it's not a time sensitive matter, so I can just ignore the quest. Um
Well, you can also follow the quest.
no, I think I'm good.
Think you're good?
Yeah.
Alright.
One thing that I guess I'm not sure if this is an in character. No, I think this is also an in character thought. Um, there might be a time when I start becoming strong enough to where they might be afraid of me, and when they see that opportunity come, of like, hey, we need to kill this guy within the next couple of weeks, or otherwise we'll never be able to. That's probably gonna be like the most dangerous time of my life.
That'd be interesting.
So
Well, time for restless sleep.
yeah.
Mm.
I feel like because he had the opportunity to kill me, it's not that bad.
I mean, this room no longer offers safety.
Well, it never did. But this guy's gonna kill me. I'm 100% confident on that.
Maybe he has a bad night out.
No, I
Decides
don't
to
think
take it
I'm
out on
going
you
home.
afterwards.
Yeah.
Goes to the casino, loses a lot of money.
no, I think
Okay.
I think I'm I think I'd be
Sleeping
fine.
like a baby.
Yeah.
Well, alright. Not everybody else was asleep anyways. You wake up the next morning. There's no wraiths in your room.
Nice.
GG.
Winning. I gotta check the spells.
What to do now?
Man.
I think
This is also, just for the record, the second day of the next month.
Okay. We've been
Doesn't
here
mean
for a
anything for you.
I think it's gonna be quite a while now until Lismar comes out of his room for breakfast.
while.
I think in the morning it kind of hits again.
Mm.
So the rest of the group is looking for breakfast.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm just
Usmar's in his room.
give me something.
I learned a color spray and I have a color spray permanently on me now. Even though that would obviously not do anything against that guy.
Probably. How many spells did you catch?
He casted Wraith Form to get in, and then he casted Dimension Door to get out, it sounds like. I don't think there was a third spell.
I was not cast, yeah. There was a third spell prepared. So.
Oh, that when he was pointing up?
Yeah, he was pointing one hand to the ceiling the whole time he was in the room.
I'll be right back.
What would that be?
Who knows?
I don't know what spell that is.
True. You don't even know what type of wizard it was.
It was a fucking based ass transmuter.
Maybe.
I don't think I don't know this. And I don't think I should double check. So I won't. But I think necromancers don't have transmutation spells because transmuters don't have necromancer spells.
That's probably true. Yeah.
I'm back.
So he was a base transmuter. God, that guy was so fucking cool. Postmer is kind of scared, but he's also at the at the back of his mind is like,
I respect that
um,
man.
I've heard of transmuters, great transmuters, being able to blink away.
That'd have been really funny if Wiglaf saw that right.
Like this guy has to be like a 7th level caster, at least. So scared, yes, but also in awe, kind of. I don't think I've ever heard. That's the highest level caster I've ever heard of living currently. Like there's tales of old stories,
Mm.
but I don't.
You would expect that the court wizard is like
Oh yeah.
up there. And maybe some of the headmasters as well.
No, I think. Wait, head? You mean grandmasters?
No, the headmasters of the wizard schools.
Oh, wait, didn't you last time say that they're like level 3?
That was more like the fighters, so
What?
or like the.
Yeah, I think you said because they're just
No.
teachers. They don't need to be that good, so they're just like level 3 or some shit.
Some of them are higher level.
Okay. Well, I don't think any of them are 7th level. That guy was fucking cool as fuck.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah. I guess I write down on some of the remaining paper like some tiny bits of detail on what I saw of his castings.
Mhm.
I
The oddest thing that you give me a perception check.
unproficient spellcraft check.
No, I was going to describe something that
27.
the oddest thing that stood out to you was that the clothing.
Oh, it didn't have like robes.
It didn't wear robes.
Yeah, there's a lot of spells to alter your appearance. I presume if he's gonna infiltrate some area like this, this is like such an easy what is it called? Like a security check, such an easy way to make sure that you're not recognized. It's like he
Yeah.
probably casted like some sort of.
So all the clothing that you saw was very dark, and also like the face was veiled.
Yeah.
You
Even
didn't see
if
any glow behind the eyes, but the person seemed to be able to see in dark.
Yeah.
Like you were barely able to see things. This person
wait,
seemed
there's-
to be very comfortable there.
I don't know too much about higher levels. I think infravision is a transmutation spell, so would I know if that makes your eyes glow?
I have no idea. I don't know if infravision makes your eyes glow. It probably does. I think I can look for infravision under priest spells for quite a while without finding things.
Just look for wizard transmutation spells.
It's just
You'll
all you
never
need
have
is
to look for any other spells ever.
yeah.
Nope,
True.
it's not a transmutation.
Yeah,
I mean,
infravision
it's
is
not on
level
the
3
transmutation.
transmutation. By means of the spell, the wizard name is. It doesn't say anything about glowing eyes, so he could have infravision cast on him.
Yeah, maybe.
Transmuter, alter self, infravision, wraith form, dimension door, all transmutations. What a fucking based god.
Am I looking at the wrong spell list?
And he's in space or whatever that wizarding school is.
What?
Is it in space or whatever that wizarding school is?
What?
Is it in space or whatever that wizarding school is? Isn't there?
Dimensional,
What's the,
dimensionalist.
yeah.
Oh,
What?
that one.
Is dimensionless not is dimension door not a dimensionless spell?
It
Uh,
is.
Dimensionalism is like a shittier version of transmutation where you get like some of the transmutation spells.
Okay, so it's like a sub
Yeah.
school. Okay.
It's like a shittier sub school for wizards that aren't as good.
Mhm. Well, is there anything you want to talk to your party about in the morning?
I'm probably staying in my room until like 11 o'clock or something,
Oh wow.
unless someone comes barging in.
Wiglaf will probably come in once he realizes that Usmar hasn't been down for breakfast for hours. Not
Like,
barging, but he'll knock on the door.
as I hear the knock, I, incredibly paranoid, snap my head towards the door.
Usmar, it's me, Wiglaf. May I come in?
I walk up and open the door. I look suspiciously. I see Wiglaf. I nod my head and motion him to come in.
Look around, and then I walk into the room. Friend, you weren't down for breakfast. Is everything okay? Are you doing well?
Oh, you're right. Sorry. I was lost in thought. I should join you for breakfast. And I start walking out.
If there are things that are bothering you, you can take your time, of course. I didn't mean to disturb you. I can go back down to finish my breakfast.
I give him a enthusiastic nod.
Then I'll just, walk down with him, I guess, if he's gonna go down.
Is everyone else still at the breakfast table?
Probably, right?
Probably waiting for you, yeah?
I looked at the party. I think we should go talking with some centaurs. I think that's the mission that the Hunters Guild gave us. I think that takes priority right now.
There's also hobgoblins, bandits. What else on the book right now?
Yeah, from the Polo.
Yeah.
You see Reuben like pretty. He seem to be a bit more positive than the day before, and he like enthusiastically like nods at your statement. He's like, yes, I would agree with this. He's
Or maybe hobgoblins. Whatever you prefer.
really. Reuben looks very surprised. You would. It's like a kid in a candy shop. He's like, really? You would. Yeah, do you think we are ready to go and attack a stronger hobgoblin group?
We could buy a couple of dogs and we could get it done.
Did we not want to see if we can get Viglav the extra armor?
Oh,
No, it's fine.
we should do that as well. If there's armor available to buy to Wiglaf, we should do that if we can afford it. I think ensuring all of our safety should be our highest priority. And as adventurers, I think armor is a smart thing to purchase.
Coffin agrees.
Well, if you all say so, then I guess we can go to an armor smith.
Oh wait, can you move my token there where everyone else is?
No.
Oh, fuck.
You're in quarantine, okay? Relax.
Yeah, he's spooked.
Hey man, with my buddies.
Yeah. I guess Wiglaf will look to Reuben and Corbin. Corfin, we like. He'll probably look to Corfin like, Corfin, have you learned anything from your guild or something that we could use for any of our missions going forward?
The only thing I learned from my guild is the whole Mercurio thing is fishy as fuck.
I agree.
Guy buying a burnt down building where the last family has burned to death in. Unaffiliated, having access, control over the Commoners Council in Llobet.
We should probably keep an eye on them. Maybe if that information turns up, we can get a bit more than we desire for the the stolen house deeds or whatever it is they need.
Yeah.
Yes, they seem to be very I it gives me the chills as well. It seems very weird. But did we not have what the Reuben grabs the cat that's like starting to fall out on the table, puts it back in the hood. Make sure he's like hidden in the hood. Okay. Sorry about that. Like make sure no one spotted the cat. Uh, did we not now also? I guess especially looking at Uzma, who was the starter of this whole thing. Did they not want us to do something as well?
The Mercurio house?
This the woman who told us to. I did not very much understand, but I think they wanted us to look for, as you say, spies or
Yeah.
info.
Well, we don't really have any leads right now, so maybe just keep an ear out. But I'm sure we'll get on that eventually. But I think right now we should prioritize other things.
Very good. Ruben seems very happy with that. So, would we want to deal with these we go have a meeting with the centaurs when we go out of city?
Yeah, I did some research on them. I think you should have the best chance of us on talking to them. They like elves. Humans not as much. I didn't find anything about dwarves or gnomes.
Center is way too big
Well,
for me, so the elf can have this one.
I can talk to them. That is, I agree. That was the deal we set with that man in the ugh, Hunters Guild. And you see like a expression of disgust go over Ruben.
I agree. Sometimes the guilds can be troublesome, but there's a goal that we both care about, right? Saving the forest from the kobold and hoping to understand what's going on, right? Even if not for the guild.
Yes. Whatever seems to be the reason that these centaurs are setting up a lockdown, it should be a major problem for the forest. Should be we should look at it definitely.
Mm, I agree.
Well then,
Guys, I'm just. Coffin speaks up. I just have one question. Do you think we, and he looks around, are capable of solving a problem that a clan of centers can't solve on our own right now?
I look to Reuben.
Goffin, you are. It seems Ruben takes a bit of to consider this, as he's like, he seems like the first, like, number one reaction would be like, no, we can definitely do this. We're super strong. We're super great. But he seems to like restrict that from being his first answer. He takes some time to think about it and comes up with the answer of, um, I do not know. I I am. Yes, they have probably more combat strength than we do, but we might have. If the problem is not just combat and it is not just a very strong enemy that will make them do this, I think there might be ways we could help with. And then look at the two, and looks at the two wizards and the cleric now, with all of you three's special magics, which are somewhat different from what the magics of people of nature have. It might be, as you say, helpful to get a different different point of view on problems.
Well,
So I
regardless of, I would, I for myself, I would prefer to get out of this forest for a while. Would be nice to see further than 500 meters for a change. I think hunting hobgoblins is what we should do. Get a bit stronger and then maybe deal with the bigger problems later.
Yeah, we could go visit Tanner and ask him about current whereabouts.
Ruben seems up for that as well. Yes, your point makes sense.
Wait, how long has it now been since we talked to Tanner when we came with the crush head?
Um, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days.
Okay, so there's probably gonna be some hobgoblin movement differing.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Information travels slowly to Llobet.
Yeah. If we wanna kill a couple of days for some updated information, I could also study this spell that I've that Corfin so graciously let me write down.
Information is probably easier to obtain the closer you are to goblin territory.
I give a like yeah sure.
So even if you want to learn the spell, I guess heading to Lenny or Nolly and spending the 2 days there will get us better information than sitting around here. Oh.
Smear's just nodding along.
Okay, let's go kill some more hobgoblins, and like Ruben slams a fist on the table. Yes, he seems very excited.
There's a
That's what
few people looking strangely at you.
if that is what we've all agreed to, then by all means, Reuven, you lead.
I want to walk up to the tavern keep and ask him, where would one go to buy war dogs?
I have no idea.
I give him a nod and I turn back to my party. We gotta go talk to Tanner real quick.
Okay. We can go with Vigla. Do you want some of us to come with you?
Yeah, I think we should be heading out to Nolly today, right? So just swing by Tanner.
Yeah.
Sounds like a plan.
Mm-hmm.
So, do you want to continue to Nolly, or how's the sleep requirements?
Maybe we can not head off today. I feel like
Yeah, I think this is a good part to get done.
All right.
there was a lot of ups and downs in this episode already.
There was a lot of downs.
There was a lot of ups. I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't know. He's trying to get a lot of
Nobody got murdered.